and that way.
Alrighty. Hello to all of my people. Can we learn chemistry today instead of Splatoon? Sorry about that. It's Saturday. I'm off the clock for that. Okay. I am really quickly going to be going through the hand and wrist exercises that I recommend for from 1 HP. So that's what I'm doing with my hands right now. Had a little bit of the first twinge of a potential overuse injury yesterday, so I'm taking it very, very easy on my wrist today, my left wrist. I'm doing a number of different things to ensure that I am keeping it safe, that I'm not going to injure myself, including wearing a splint, which you will likely see if you see my hands after I'm done with these wrist exercises here. So, we'll talk more about that on what's going on with me and on what you guys can learn from it later on. But right now, in 5 minutes, there is going to be a tournament that I will be participating in. And so I'm making sure to get myself ready for that. 2 closed parentheses. Oh dear. I've erred. Never seen a Splatoon tournament? This one is called 20XX. It is a what they're calling it an online major. Major may or may not be a little bit much, but it will have some very strong teams. Which one is this? It's this. There are going to be some very strong teams, and we're definitely going to have our work cut out for us playing it. No, we are definitely not going to win this tournament. I have no doubts that there will be someone there who can beat us pretty reliably. Per Queen? Oh my goodness. Tournament specifically designed for new players where winning gets banned. That was called Aigr'Ink. Aigr'Ink. Run by, I believe, IPL Productions, Inkling Performance Labs. Yeah, Ludi is also based on your skill, but the skill capped ones where they ban you depending on your performance, that is Aigr'Ink. Tournament gonna be streamed like Big House, or is it like each competitor streaming? There will be a stream, I believe, at the very least for some of the later matches. I could probably actually peep in and see what the commentary schedule is, because I'm a commentator on a lot of these Discord servers, but I will be streaming my view, and that's something that a lot of competitors do as well, because the tournament stream can't possibly watch any more than one match at a time, you know? So it's still valuable to have other perspectives. Scam's playing. So Scam was a pickup team. The members of that team all play for other teams, or at least most of them do. So, like, Shadowwind plays for a team called Good Morning, and that's their, like, official team. But at a LAN environment like the big house, a lot of the time some members can go and other members can't. And so when that happens, you get together with whoever you can find that will be at a similar level. Okay. So let's get this back on. And Reborn has joined us in the VC here. Hopefully the others will join us here pretty soon. Today, I'm going to be playing with the pickup as well. Consisting of Reborn, Heka, and I believe it was... Bab is playing Salmon Run for now. Was it X-Ray? Shoot. I literally just read this. Okay, it is X-Ray, Bab, and me and Reborn. That's what's going on. We have like 7 people on our roster, and I know everyone who's on the roster. I just couldn't remember like which ones are actually playing with us by default here. So far, wrist has been feeling good all day. No tingles whatsoever. What was happening was I was feeling this kind of like pins and needles sensation, like you get when you're like lying on your arm too much and it starts to fall asleep. And that is a early warning sign of what develops into carpal tunnel syndrome. So I'm making sure to prevent that as much as I possibly can here. Again, we'll talk about that a little later. I think it like if it starts happening again, if I start getting that tingling sensation, I'm definitely going to stop. But I was able to play yesterday after the stream ended, just to test out, you know, how it felt with the splint, and had no adverse reactions. I'm probably going to not quite be on my best technically right now, like mechanically, because I've got this weird thing on my wrist, and I'm making sure to take it a little bit easier on it, so there are some things I might not go for that I would normally. But who knows, maybe that just means I'll feed less and will actually do better. We are now also joined in VC with Bab and X-Ray, so welcome to them, whether they're going to make themselves known or not.
Hello, hello.
Hi there, X-Ray.
Ben, I was muted. Hello.
Oh, hi.
The Reborn beat us all.
Do we know what weapons we're gonna be running? I'm assuming Bab, you want to play E-Leader, but...
Bab has been playing a lot of different stuff.
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Stamp one trick from now on.
You're
Yeah.
playing
Alright.
I can play Splash. I was thinking I could probably flex to range if we need it. I feel like that could be okay for like a lack of anchor for Stamper, but I'll probably more or less stick with Splash.
Okay. So I would consider going Blaster, but with a Stamper, I don't know if that gives us enough paint. So I would probably be more likely to run Splatter Shot.
Gotcha.
Okay, I mean, if you can play... So basically, I just want to make sure that we have at least 2 painters, which, if it's 2 shooters, that's probably good. If not, I can flex, but yeah, like if you played Blaster and Babs was playing Stamper, if you can play Range Blaster, that gives us a little bit more range, and then we can run like double shooter with it.
I've done a little
if you
bit of
want to play
range.
Okay, if you want to play V-Shot, I'll probably go Machine in that kind of final slot. So just making sure that we have proper specials for stuff and enough paint to not get overwhelmed.
Yeah, it could actually be interesting to try range with Babs' Stamper. That might be a, if we are winning round 1 sort of experiment.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good.
Yeah. It's mainly for the Wavebreaker, and well, the Blaster's also really good for pairing. But I feel like Wavebreaker is really helpful for basically all of our weapons just to get in. So I want to make sure I have like a special at some point that can help us like push or gain space.
I think the Inkzuka will also be really important, though, because we're going to have to deal with backline weapons somehow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. From there, I feel like it will kind of rely on, like, maps, really, because, like, it kind of, like... there's some maps where it's, like, clearly not as strong. But we'll see. Is there a map list, by the way? I haven't looked.
There was at some point. I haven't totally checked it out.
I'm looking at it right now. Or I'm trying to see if there's one.
Yeah, there's like a map pool channel.
I don't know if it's updated.
Oh,
The maps channel below it.
I see. And it's best of 3, so we don't have to play all 3. So hopefully this goes by a little bit faster. I have enough time.
There's groups or very.
Manix saying Gem might go up against my team. Are you up against Dude's team? That's the name of our team. Piece of Pocus is back. Sparkles. Welcome, everybody. I'm sorry I haven't been quite as attentive, and I took the AMA out of the list of stream, like, tags, because I will definitely not be attending to that many questions, especially during the tournament. Many more so once we get to tier list stuff later on, but right now my priority is going to be focusing on what we need to do to play the tournament well and, you know, get organized and everything for that. But at such a time as, you know, we have a minute, I will definitely, you know, chat with you guys. Just, you know, there are some things that we'll have to take care of, and I'm hoping that even if I'm not able to, like, address questions, we're able to at least learn a bit about the process of being a part of a tournament and the planning that goes into it and all of that, just from watching without commentary.
Did you want me to leave the map pool somewhere?
Where would be a good place for that?
I could use the quirky VC chat for commentary. You know how there's like the
Oh, yeah, that would work. That would work.
There you go.
Cool. All right. Let's see, did they pick good maps? Looks like we have a match. So we'll have to figure that out later.
That is my math homework I need to tab out of. Two kinds. Interesting.
Rob, Key, Brian, Kotaro, and Anger. This wouldn't be like Brian the drummer, would it?
I have no clue. I'm trying to see.
I guess we'll find out. They're the 18th seed.
Yeah, it's possible. No, I don't think so. I'm looking at their... Well, shoot, maybe.
Well, if it is, then that would be a really good lesson in Charger sightlines. So
True.
it's all for the content. It's all for the content.
Mm-hmm.
Spectate some competitive Splatoon. Best of luck. Thank you, Nibi Marco. Saw your videos. You've helped me out a lot. Made me want to grind to S. Well, thank you. I appreciate you coming to say that. Weird to be noticed in streams. Yeah, like, that's what the chat's there for. You're on TV. Hope you did your makeup all pretty.
128 teams, by the way.
128, cool. That puts us pretty much dead center in the seating.
Yeah.
Man, if we could have just been seated 2 worse, that would have been kind of hog.
how to the new how to get out of day one pools series.
Oh dear. What's the format for day 2? Like, how... What are we qualifying for exactly?
I think it's into like W1, but I'll double check.
Okay, so it's just going to be like day 1 is for seeding, or are there going to be like
yeah,
different
okay, yeah.
brackets?
So it's day 1 groups and then day 2 alpha, beta, gamma. Those brackets and double elimination.
Okay.
Everyone makes day 2. It says here. That's why they're splitting
Gotcha.
up the.
So with
SOS
128, that means it's about 42 or so teams for alpha, for beta, for gamma, unless they're making alpha just like top 16 or something. So
Yeah.
we're probably middle of the road beta based on our seeding.
Mm-hmm.
What tournament is this? It's called 20XX.
Oh, I think there's a room up.
Okay.
I need to go back to the match so I can see the chat.
So we're gonna be making good use of our password guards today.
Oh yeah.
What chat? There's like a million.
The
Panel?
commentary chats, I think.
Yeah, if you hover over like the VC, there's like a little text bubble. Or
Oh, I forgot that's a feature. It doesn't even load, so.
I could
Very
DM
useful to me.
I could DM.
Okay.
Thank you, Spoopy Darwin.
Not me getting this password wrong twice in a row. Let's go. Yeah, can you tell that the tournament nerves are kicking in yet?
That's the tournament format. It's going to be round robin pools into, and then based on the results of those, we get put into different brackets. Okay.
Okay.
This would probably be the place to try Range Blaster if we wanted to.
Yeah, either way. If you go range blaster, I'll probably go in 52, I think.
Okay.
This
Sure.
comp is fine as well, but we lack range, but I think that's okay. So whatever you're feeling.
We'll try it. I have my very last minute range build I was building this morning. I'm trying to slot in as much IA and sub slots as possible. Should be
Yeah,
fine though. It's got a QR stealth and just good. Or not QR, comeback. To make up for mobility subs I don't have. So that's all going into IA.
Wait, actually, I think Jim's playing range blaster.
Oh,
Question?
I'm confused. Okay.
That's not good. If
Oh.
you wanted to, you could play Splash or Junior,
I'll-
or something else
what do
if
we-
you are thinking about it.
I'll play Junior.
Yeah, Junior would be good, I think. We
That'll work.
definitely need the paint, and we don't have a bubbler otherwise.
Yeah. And we got pretty like nice forward pressure right now, so I don't think I need to add on to that.
Defense is gonna be a little sussy, so just make sure that we're okay. Calm air.
Nice start.
We're here for the tournament
Let's go.
experience.
Oh, man. We've got a bot.
Word?
Big sad.
Bot in the
Alright, let's
chat.
get on to YouTube
Oh,
and ban
God.
those terms they're using. Let me know when the room's back up.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I just banned a part of the name of that bot, so hopefully it can't come back. Welcome to YouTube streaming, everybody.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
the
just
room's
kept.
backed up.
Yeah, same password.
Yes, we are doing 20xx. Same password you said?
Mhm.
All right, this is Calvin. Thank you for your support, Calvin. We appreciate you.
Yo, they're running an expo? Real?
Was it Brian? Then that totally is Brian the joke.
Yeah, it was Brian.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So, audience, for perspective here, this Brian is the same Brian that I've used the aim training video for in some of my earlier content. Top level backline player from Europe.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if it was actually him because I was trying to check his like Battlefield record, and like the one prior was like pretty far out. I don't know how actively he's been competing because I know he's been playing Samurai a lot.
Mm-hmm.
On defense, we don't have the greatest specials, so we have to be careful. Like whale will be okay.
Yeah, we have a suction
Blaster's good,
on
so-
Blaster, but you know, it's what we got.
Yeah, just don't. First checkpoint, if we don't have positioning and specials for it, don't overcommit. Just wait for it to go through freezer.
Okay, brush. Ninja's good on everything, but explode.
So far. Which is on right?
Brush is coming right. He'll have special soon.
Who's right side?
Right, one's on left mid with me. I tapped him. I'm getting pushed on left.
Push on right.
Yeah,
Shot.
iron mid.
Shot weak.
I'm down.
Or two down. Careful.
I'm back in the middle.
Tapped one on left. Ah.
Yeah,
weak.
I need to ping for specials.
Brush just
Oh.
right.
Yeah,
They're-
we have to
they're
protect our bunker and see if we can get.
Yep.
Bunker,
they're on
bunker,
our
bunker.
bunker already. Yeah.
Explo's at our spawn.
Rush is low. I traded. Oh, I got him. Alright, whale on tower. They should be low. They're jumping off. Nice 3 down. Last one's in our bunker, I think.
They were
No,
top.
they're
They were
back in
top
mid.
right. It's
It's on the
Expo.
right side. Okay. Let's try to get
Yeah,
paint
they-
if we can. Let's get paint
can't
on.
really-
Oh shoot. Yeah, we need specials to push them. We have
Yeah.
low range.
I've got
so-
Wavebreaker. Popping it mid.
I'm popping bubble on our stack.
We're getting flanked by brush on left.
They're alone.
Dead.
Yeah.
Nice.
shot.
On right. On me. Shot. Weak.
Got one.
Dead.
3 down. Last one next splash.
One right.
Yeah, we can probably break. I'll help him.
Yeah, right. There's one coming over left.
Oh, drop. Freezer.
It's Brush
Yeah, that's-
on right.
Yeah, two left.
We got the ball. How close are we to bubble?
Half.
One
half
right.
Dead now.
One right.
Alright, I'm jumping.
Flanking right. Brush. On my ouch.
Try to back up if you can, bub. I can paint for you in a second.
Yeah, they're
You're
pushing hard
Brush is
left.
on left.
I think the shot's also there.
I got
I'm
one.
gonna wait and see if Expo tries
Shots
to.
down.
Yeah.
I'm gonna whale right now.
Freezer.
I'm
They
pushing out
popped
left.
Bubbler. I'm just gonna. Oh crap.
2 bubbler.
Done Expo.
Alright, I need a backup.
Expo's over on right. Expo's over on right.
They got me.
Expo had to drop.
I'm gonna go around trying to follow
Push
him.
tower.
they're-
Push tower.
They're still in our pink pillar.
Got him.
Behind.
Oh my God.
One more. Last 2 behind us, I think.
Yeah, on the sponge. And Expo on tower.
Explode down. Low on tower.
Still behind. Spawn.
Oh.
What?
Okay.
Bake.
What do we do about that? What's the DC rules?
It's their host, so I'm pretty sure we'd have to replay or something.
Mhm.
But yeah, we should probably check rules. If we don't want to stay the same comp, this comp's kind of jank. We need more bombs. But we'll see. You probably do have to keep the same. The EU to NA connection.
Okay, so replays are allowed if the timer hasn't passed the 3-minute mark. If the host disconnects, a DC replay is given if the above criteria are met, and a new.
But what if the criteria aren't met?
Do we just lose that? I'm confused.
We would.
Well, they were hosts, right? So that wouldn't it be like?
I don't know what the alternative is to like a replay.
What does it say in the rules?
I can't read. I put it in the commentary chat.
A DC replay is given, and a new host must be selected. FP is close. Yeah, wait, that doesn't answer the question. We need to go and get into help desk.
Hasn't been pushed by the. So the objective wasn't. Oh, that's an and statement. Never mind. PB is closed from a player or spectator.
Dapple Productions, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I'd be fine just replaying with the new host, but there's a chance we could just take a free win, but I don't really care. They're asking for a replay. I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just.
This is gonna be one that the TOs pop into. Because we had it disconnected first, and then we got most of the way through the game, and it just didn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, they have a new host. I think if we wanted to be annoying, we could probably ask for a win, but I don't feel like doing that.
Like, the biggest reason IMO to ask for the free win is that, well,
It just makes
it shouldn't be our free win. Like, if anything, it should just be like that they move on, because they were down to like 12 and we're almost knocking out. But
Yeah.
the thing is, like, this is a delay of the tournament, and TOs will get annoyed about that if it continues for too long.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, run back up, same pass. I don't think the rules specify comp or not, so I'll probably just stay same comp.
Yeah, because
Just
usually.
to not add more to the fire of all this quirkiness.
Yes, everyone in chat, this is Raven.
Yeah, brush is just gonna be really annoying, so just be careful about that. I'll try to stick with you a little bit better, Bum.
Sounds good. Right.
Expo right, stack. At least one coming from left, possibly two.
Ooh, I'm on left side.
Rush is below right. Gombi.
Careful. We don't want to fight first checkpoint. I must have whale though.
They have the bubbler out already, so they won't have it when we engage.
Yeah, I can't really help. I don't have the range. I got one. Alright, let's fight in freezer. Let's try to get Blaster in a good spot to handle. Alright, I'm whaling now. Whaling tower. I'm pushing from left stack.
I'm down to whale. On left.
Still on left. Weak.
Yeah.
Weak. Down.
Push slow. Got one. I'm probably gonna be down.
I fell off the map.
Okay.
Got one off tower. On me, on me.
One's left tower. Rushes low. Our bunker? Any help?
One
Underneath?
right below me. Got him.
They're still behind tower. If we can get bombs near tower. I'm trying my
I
best
tried to get on tower, but I got stopped.
Yeah. Probably should have had more bombs. That's my bad. 52 was a quirky pick. But yeah, we got to figure out.
The next
Yeah, like
is-
I feel like I'm actually better served a lot of the time just shooting the tower if I'm playing range.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't even have me for bombs exactly in that in
Yeah.
that situation. But I can definitely switch off because it's a weapon I've definitely played more than most, but it's also not like main of mine.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah.
I mean, realistically, we probably. If I was coming up with comps, I would say 2 shooters, Babkin's down Stamper, and then a machine. So
I mean, I can play E-leader, I guess, if you want.
it's up to you. This is just for fun and experience. So if you really want, like, if you're focused on Stamper, I'd rather you just get Stamper experience. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really care too much. Splatzon's Wahoo.
Is it Wahoo? It's Wahoo.
Yeah, I think I might actually go Flingza in this case, so that I can actually paint.
Probably just stick Junior for now, just because bubbles are kind of like nice for.
We cool with
Mhm.
Splash. I think Crab is good here.
Instead of shot, or are you asking me to play Splash?
No, I would play it.
Yeah, sure. I think that works.
Yep, yep.
I know this is early hours for y'all, but did y'all catch Area Cup at all this morning?
Saw bits
No,
of
I've been meaning
it.
to go in and look at it.
It's pretty good.
I've been
I-
sleeping up until this tournament, so... I'm still tired.
I'm gonna stay 52 and just allow us to go full aggro.
Yeah, for sure.
So let's find our opportunities with specials and just hard commit. If we lose, we lose. But if we can get a wipe, there's a chance we could potentially snowball.
Yeah, the Wahoo way.
Yeah, realistically, that's probably our best win con. So let's try to focus on that.
Just have to be mindful of any drops to carousel for like additional flanks.
I'm gonna try and get around on left.
Alright. X-Splash is on right.
One flanking already. Right.
Fresh
On the
puck
wall.
whale already.
Weak.
I got a shot down.
I'm marked. I need to back up.
It's okay. Oh, I'm down.
Rush.
On the lead.
Junior got me.
Alright, last one. I can try to help you on the right if you're getting pushed.
It's
I
just
think
the
X-Splash
expo.
is top right. Yeah.
Oh no, they're pushing me with a shot.
Oh. I'm gonna need help
Rush,
over on
one
plot.
drop, one
I
drop.
have
Get the one
whale.
in the drop.
Yeah, I'm trying to bomb him.
Nice.
I tried.
They're still in our plot.
Yes, on our court.
I'm ready to crab out.
Shot.
Can we
one-
push person court? Or no?
They're up behind us.
Alright.
Item
Okay,
device,
yeah, let's just
got
let them
him?
push on.
Yeah, we can just wait.
Nice.
Where did X-Splash go?
Right.
Get back.
Hit him twice.
Oh,
Good
they
job.
went mid. Just pains on.
Where
Alright.
the
X-Splash is in their
drop?
plot. They're their plot, their plot.
Oh, right side, right side.
Right side is brush.
Right.
Popping crab.
That's weak. Got him.
Dead.
One
X-Splash
week.
is
Oh, they
one.
flanked me. Flanked me behind.
I have zip cast ready.
Okay, I'm gonna push the left on plot.
Holding bubble.
There's a brush on plot. I don't know if we can get bombs or something.
So,
Brush shot
Yeah, brush
behind.
up on me. Alright.
Nice.
got one.
More same plays.
That jump might not be safe.
Okay.
Okay, they backed up. They backed up. I'm ready to crab in.
Alright.
Yeah, we have to push forward, or else we're gonna get explosion to
Got
death.
one, got two.
Another one low.
Nice.
That's three.
On me, my ouch. They drop our court.
One shot.
Oh my god, the crab ran out.
Still right glass.
Weak.
Junior things. They dropped. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, they went. Zone.
Get out of there if you can, Reborn.
Yeah, that's okay. We're going to reset.
There's one flanking right. Shot. Down. Pushes in our court.
I got sussed out. I shouldn't have been there.
I'm
There's
just
one
gonna.
in our
run.
elbow. Pushes in our elbow.
Yeah, just focus.
Stay back from the ledge you marked.
Yeah, one's sharking ledge.
I have whale ready whenever we're ready to push. I'm
We
whaling.
gotta go pretty soon.
I got whale and X-Flush.
Oh, one sharking here. One sharking here. My ouch.
Yeah.
Weak.
And that'll be it.
It's fine.
Maybe missiles would have been better, but it's okay.
Best of three.
Yeah, I think we're done.
It's with that, so.
Best of or play all?
Best of.
Best
Okay.
of. Yeah, they're not gonna have us go through torture on day one. Groups are like some of the most exhausting. Like if they're play all, they're pretty exhausting, for me at least. I remember like at LTC, I was just like kind of like chugging. I was just like, I want to be done with this, like halfway through.
Mm. Here, I'm gonna go and I've actually been messaging Brian about a content thing. Let me see if that was actually him.
We have another set up.
It is group, so maybe we can play a little bit faster and don't have to wait for everyone, but let me see.
I love this icon.
Taro, Gem is my IGN. That's what I go by. I am not Mr. Squid School everywhere.
It looks like everyone was done, so I think we can start doing around.
Yeah, we have another one lined up.
We were playing like all the EU teams. They really
Mm.
they said no quality experience.
Mm.
Alright. And then we're technically the higher seed, so does someone want to host? If
I can
not,
make.
I can. Alright. Just post password somewhere.
Yeah, sure thing.
I thought that was Lux for a second. I was like, how are they like this low? But it was not.
What's the difference between private battle and private battle with friends? Does that even make a difference?
I don't think so. You can find people either way.
I just made it the same
That is
password
a-
we were using.
That is a good. I never caught on to that.
There could be something behind the scenes, who knows? But
Well, actually, yeah, we're getting like room codes, right? So
yeah, it could be something
Oh.
later.
Yeah, that makes sense. So the room codes would be for the private battle, and then the with friends part is just like friends can dive in.
Where did you post password, Jim?
It was the same one we just used.
Oh, okay, cool.
We'll leave the frog a little bit longer for the fans. Yeah, so behind the scenes, what's going on? I'm muted now in the Discord
also,
VC, so if
I
they
didn't
talk over me,
mention,
that's
but
why.
I got like 3 bottles of water. I am not leaving my spot unless I need to use the restroom.
behind the scenes, we're using a software called Battlefy, which has the tournament bracket and also has some resources for people to be chatting with your opponents. And we're getting our rule sets from the Discord server where the event is being held. So we've got a couple of windows open in the background, checking on a couple of things here and there. That's how we know like who our opponents were, and we were like looking at their tags and stuff before the match even started. And that's how we're communicating with them to get them into the lobby here. Yes, this is a tournament. It's called 20XX. It's an online major. So we're going to be seeing a lot of really strong North American and EU teams as we head forward into the later rounds. Tomorrow is going to be the Day 2 bracket. So this is Pools round. Pools is a preliminary round for determining seeding and who ends up in which bracket. There are 3 brackets. The top bracket is Alpha, second bracket is Bravo, and then third bracket is Gamma. We're seeded to make the Beta bracket, or Bravo or Beta, I don't remember. I think it's probably Beta. We're seeded to make the Beta bracket, and so we'll be doing our best to get good placement in that, but there are a lot of teams here, and one of the ones we just played is a pretty strong one. Those who don't know, Brian the drummer, definitely, if you're a backline player at all, check him out on all of his socials. He's on YouTube. One of the very first creators that I ever cited in one of my videos, in, I think, the How to Get Out of C Rank video, I use his video guide for learning how to aim with a charger and what drills he does. He's been a very long time top player in the backline position. And right now is also one of the top salmon run players on Earth. Has been setting records on hazard level max. So that's who we just played. Is there a link to the bracket? There are probably multiple of these brackets, but I'll post this one. Here's that.
Okay, we can probably get started. First map mode is Rainmaker Eeltail.
What the?
I'm probably going to go. Well, we'll see what everyone else plays, but I'll make sure that we have bombs. I also want to make sure we
why
have
is it? Oh shoot!
good specials. So
It stayed on Wahoo. I
I'll
clicked
focus that.
Eeltail. I don't know what's going on.
So likely I'll go machine.
I messed up. It says Wahoo. I clicked Eeltail, so I don't know what happened there.
On my end it says Eeltail, but
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I guess we'll see what we load into. What the hell?
Yeah.
I've never seen that happen.
If it's the wrong one, we can do the funny glitch, or not glitch, but the button coordination. Yeah.
What
I'm
happened?
thinking.
I could stick
Blaster.
Junior.
Yeah, we can go Blaster. But if we
Oh,
go
wait,
Blaster,
if we've got a junior, I don't think we need that.
I mean V-Shot. If you play whatever you want, but V-Shot would probably be solid.
M52 arc when? But I'm wondering.
I can run 52 if you guys want to. I'm just not great with a wall yet.
I think bombs are probably better for Rainmaker, but
Real.
I'll always choose whatever people want to play first, and we can adapt around.
I'm very curious how this is gonna play out.
Okay, yeah, someone just rewound the stream. I picked Eeltail, and it still says Wahoo. So if it ends up being the wrong map, we'll have to explain that. But if not, then I guess it was just a weird little glitch.
Yeah. What if you load into Wahoo and we're all of us are in Eeltail?
Imagine.
Okay,
You're in the right
Okay,
one.
it's Eeltail. What the?
that's very weird.
Average Splatoon 3 experience.
This game is gaslighting me.
Let's go for top.
Yeah.
You should have it for free. We don't really want to push until we have specials. I'm gonna look to get Booyah Bomb, but let's first get top. Okay. I'm gonna get.
On the right.
I'm getting bombs over top left. There's a blaster top left.
Got him.
I'm marked, so I'm just gonna paint up.
Alright, I'm looking to push toward mid.
Okay.
Moving forward. One's still top left and one's top right.
Zuking
halfway
the
to-
Explo.
Oh, this is not a good spot. Anyway, it's like in back up.
They're low
Right, on
in
right, on my
the
out,
third
on my out,
block.
on my out. Expo,
Yeah.
on my out.
I can't push
There's
it.
two.
They're low in front. Behind you, Jim.
Yeah, I see it.
It's all good.
My bad.
All good. I have Booyah if we need it. Good
Right
stuff.
there.
Okay.
Two behind it.
Yeah. We should be able to get popped, so I'm gonna focus that, and then I can look to special. I'm
And
getting
the
a fizzy
cats.
top left, and I'm gonna Booyah.
One
Alright,
on
one's bottom
right.
left. I got bottom left. They're moving mid.
Got one. Another one on me. Behind Rainmaker.
Oh,
Behind
two,
Rainmaker.
Top left. Top left.
Got
Come
me.
back in.
Yeah, just reset. Nice.
Oh.
X-Splash top left still.
Oh, no.
You good, Bab?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm on right.
Okay. Just make sure we're
Back up.
painting through everything, because
Yeah, I'm trying to
Expo
paint our
top right.
bottom right now.
yeah.
One
Uh,
drop
drop
left.
down.
Left.
Nice.
We can get pop. There's a bunch of them top left. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm
Watch out,
down.
What's
One
going
on
on?
left,
Definitely
two on
pushing
left.
us.
Blaster's still low.
Alright, I'm backing up.
Get rid of these back lines.
Yeah, we need to coordinate specials for that. Jim's Zuking.
Ooh, I can't protect
My
that.
bad.
They're flanking.
They're at goal. First goal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm throwing Booyah to protect myself.
They're on right. They're on right.
Good stuff.
Two down.
Nice.
Another one top right, blaster.
They're gonna get popped.
Yeah,
Running
I
for
got
it.
paint in
Got him.
front. Nice. Okay, we need to get paint. I need shooters to paint.
I'm just gonna grab it.
That's fine. Fizzies are top left, or I'll get Fizzies top left. I'm gonna look to Booyah top left. Let's push. We're pushing top left. I'm booying right now. Get ready to go.
On right. On right.
Right is weak.
Fine, just take it.
There's one bridge still. Well played. All right, I'm backing up. Do we reset? Nice job.
I'm gonna jump you, Reborn.
Yep, you're good. Careful, Jim.
Sharking
I'm getting
left.
Fizzies
Ah, I got
above you.
marked.
It's okay.
Oh, mid.
Yeah,
Got him.
avoid crab if we can.
Yeah, just play cover.
Get it out.
I'm fine.
And stop right.
I got a
Don't
jump.
worry about it.
I'm down.
Don't worry about
good,
it.
it's
Don't
okay.
worry about it.
Oh my
Crab's
god,
still
no
on
way.
mid.
Just better.
No. Fuck.
Good play. Okay, we still want to hold mid. Like we need pink
Yeah,
control really bad.
can't really do anything. I just have
I'm
to-
playing hyper defensive. I want to have Booyah Bomb ready for their push. So just again,
Close
paint. Try to
Zuka.
hold mid. We don't have to make any silly risk. But
Where's
if
the
we get
guy?
specials, we want to focus that X-Splash because they're a pain.
One
Nice
on
job.
right.
There's one. Yeah, I got Fizzy Bomb on right.
Weak,
I don't.
weak, weak.
They
jumped
jumped. They
out.
jumped. Alright. I'm
Popping
getting Fizzy
Zuka.
top left.
Rapid head to
Drop
drop.
to mid.
Good
Nice.
stuff.
I
Still
got
another
Zuka.
one in mid.
One on right.
I'm
Complex
getting
right.
paint. Oh,
Oh my.
They're down.
Behind.
Careful. Nice.
One shot.
One in mid still.
left.
One in mid still.
top left. Oh, bottom and top left. I gotta play a little bit slow.
They're pushing up left. Shot.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably need some assistance. They still haven't picked
Top
up
left is
yet.
weak.
They have
Shoot, I thought someone was with me. That's my bad.
They still haven't picked up, so we have some time. I'm getting Fizzy's top right. Oh, on first checkpoint left. They backed up top left. I'm getting Booyah Bomb on top right. I'm bombing. Oh, they ate it.
They went right. They went right.
Yeah.
Three on right.
Front row.
Good pick.
On left.
Mid
On
by.
left. Splash.
They're pushing it straight ahead if we can get bombs.
We're gonna make it down.
Nice, nice.
Jesus.
We're not out of the woods yet. Make sure they can't pick it up.
Yeah, I'm just paying.
On left.
On left. Nice.
Another one.
One more. Great. Right.
Yep.
They dropped. First check.
Nice. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Okay. I have zip cast with you.
One's trying to.
Expo bottom left.
Yeah.
And rapid drop
Just
left.
getting paint in the mid. They
Weak.
have to push us. I'm sitting in this left area. Just
Flanking
keep
around back mid.
pushing.
Ah, they saw me.
Expo.
Yeah, watch mid bad.
Splash sharking right mid.
Pushing me.
Weak. Nice. There's one on right.
Well, don't worry
Just
about
go back
pop. There's jumping pop. Pick it up if you can.
Got one.
Nice shot.
There you go.
Okay.
A little sketch, but
They ghostbustered my booyah bomb at like max range. I didn't even know that was possible.
I think if I took the other route when I picked up the Raimi, I could have just ended the game.
It's all good. We did
It's
just
all good.
enough.
I'm having so much trouble because they're just point censoring everywhere I'm sharking. So I just like get forced back or get spotted out or something.
Yeah, we just have to play together. Like I'm trying to get fizzy bombs and stuff, but the main thing with these pushes is that we just need to pair stuff up. Because if you push by yourself, these maps are way too thin. Like it's hard to make stuff work. So Booyah Bomb provides a distraction and it allows us to do stuff. So if we want to use specials, we can. Bubble's a little bit different because it's like kind of passive in a lot of spots. But like Booyah Bomb, Trizuka, and Spider-Man, just make sure we're calling them out and we can kind of play appropriately because there's a lot of space that can be taken, but it's hard to know when if we're not coordinating. So, we played that well. That was a good stop. My Booyah Bomb was a giga throw, but fortunately y'all saved it. So good stuff.
Everything? Ooh.
Epic. All right, I'm going Flingza. Flingza's fine.
Yeah, that's actually a really good choice.
So I can generally play it from plat. I can drop and help if I need, but realistically I'm just going to be painting zone and spamming missiles, so don't really look to push through mid unless we have like a bubble in place or we have missile spam going. So I'll call out every single time I missile and we can use those as opportunities to push forward if we need to. If we don't need to, it's fine.
I'm gonna drop out left at the start. Spam over the ledge.
Okay.
would we rather be stay junior or I could go splash even?
As long as we have like, I mean,
Because really I can only bubble like one side.
yeah, junior bombs are good, but splash crab and everything is totally fine. So, like, whatever you're feeling, honestly, we can win with
That
both.
works for me.
Yeah. So don't think too hard. Just play the one that speaks to you.
Whatever speaks to your heart, King.
Yeah. But
I just worry about chargers, but that's kind of why we have missile spam. So
yeah,
I can spam them under ledges. It's fine.
that too.
I have Zuka, so if they're taking like a predictable position or we see them out, like just call that, and I might have a shot on it.
yeah. And if
If
people
I
get
see
stuck-
opportunistic shots on backliners, I will take them.
Yep. Yeah, and if they get stuck on right or left side, then we can like just focus bombs and everything on them. But I'll call that out when I'm missing.
I'll hold hands with you, Bab.
Alright.
They're big. I'm gonna need a little bit of paint.
Left.
Mid. We outpaint them for sure, so we don't even have to slay if we don't have to. Missling 3 on
I
left.
can't contest the Expo from this angle.
One's pushing low, left, or left, left.
Expo bottom left by
Nice.
the missiles.
I'm gonna crab right side.
Yeah.
Just help me out.
Still weak. Got Expo.
Nice. Okay, we can
coming
push
to left.
forward. Nice. 2 down. On right.
Oh,
we need help.
drop left.
It's
I have no
52.
Nice.
I'm down.
Behind us. I'm focusing this.
Yeah, I'm just swiping.
Nice shot.
Nice.
Okay.
Good stuff.
Okay. Just keep paint. Yeah, you have to be careful on left side because of the X splash. I'm
one
getting
on
missiles on 3. One stuck right side. Two drop right. Push. Right now. One down.
Nice. Pushing nothing.
Yep.
Dead.
Nice. Last 2 on their
Good
plot. I'm moving top left right now.
It's rain.
I'm with
Yep,
you.
I'm getting.
Got one
nice.
with bomb.
You can look to lock out. Just stay alive is the main thing. There's a blaster.
Range
I'm
weak in
painting.
the corner
They're
here.
stuck,
Got him.
they're stuck. Well,
Nice.
last one above you,
Right.
top right. You don't have to get the kills. Just stay alive. That's okay. I almost have missiles.
They're zuking you.
Oh, I'm getting Trizuka. Yeah, I'm back.
Shit. Overextended again.
Oh,
They're coming in right side.
Yeah.
I should be fine.
I'm gonna probably die.
Oh no, there's one on me.
Good jump.
Okay, let's just
They were
reset.
Yeah, we need fail
Reset.
specials.
I have missiles ready for the reset. How close are we to another special?
I could come
Half
from
his
left.
cast.
Okay. Alright,
There's
I'm getting
one on
missiles out.
our
One's back
right.
left. I got missiles on 2 left.
Yep. I'm
I'm
coming
with you, X-ray.
See if we can get paint. Nice one down. Another one, same place.
Range back to mid.
Yep. Let's start to look to just hold
Zuki,
forward and
Expo.
paint. Any help on right truck, Bab, if you're here? You're well.
Expo got me
I traded.
left.
Sorry.
It's okay.
He's dropping on me. I got him.
Expo.
Range
one shark in our
Blaster
truck.
on zone with someone
We
else.
do paint better. We're probably gonna look for an opportunity to just paint. I'm gonna try to contest zone. We don't have to force holding
52
forward.
is on
I got
right.
missiles on 3. Get ready to paint. Get ready to paint right now. Right now. Go, 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 go.
Nice.
On our right.
One drop
behind
right.
us,
Drop
behind
right.
us,
Right.
They have no paint. They're stuck over there. They
There's
have a wall. It's
52.
okay.
On
Yeah.
left,
Expo on
Expo
left. Be careful, Bab.
I'm down.
It's okay. We have time. We have time. We want to
Play
halfway
around the right
reset.
side. The Expo's playing on left the whole time.
Yeah.
I have crap.
Alright. I have missiles ready when Babs is coming in. I got missiles on all 4. There's 2 in front of our court. They're backing up right now. 3
Expo
right
had to
side. 3
drop.
right side. 3 right side. Capitalize. I'm pushing Expo on left.
Hold on.
Expo
Shot on
low.
me. Right.
I'm backing up.
They're backing up.
Expo's still left on their plot. I'm pushing back. They're
Shot
stuck.
really weak.
Blaster dropped on left. They're stuck on left.
Nice.
Two dead.
Nice.
Blaster.
Did you see Reborn?
This was a silly play. I'm just jumping out.
Yeah,
I have missiles ready for retake. Alright, I'm getting missiles on all 4. There's 2 in zone, 3 right side. Expo's by themselves on
I have
left.
zip cast ready.
They're kind of stuck on right side if we can get bombs.
Yeah, I'm gonna zip cast the Expo.
Got one.
Nice. Blaster's on right side.
I'm getting Zukid.
Ab's going in. We should probably look to push.
Expo.
Oh, I'm down.
Still on
Blaster,
left.
nice.
still on left.
Last one's on left. They're top left.
Bottom left. Oh.
Your last one. It's okay to give up. We have plenty of time.
It's a dead
Okay.
jump.
Yeah, that's my bad. They're below, right?
Another one behind you, Bab. Trying to get
They're-
paint. Yeah, I got him. I got him.
Nice.
I got missiles on last 2. We can look to take zone. Just focus on.
I'm going.
Okay. Last 2 still back left. I'm trying to paint the area. Oh, one drop.
I'm just gonna heavy focus paint.
One drop right. Gal, I think.
I need to
X-ray,
reload.
Watch out for Zuka.
Oh, I got Zukid. Fuck.
Plus is cast.
Yeah, they're
Dropped
pushing
on
us.
me. Two on me. Two on me.
Ooh, I can't.
It's okay,
There's
we have
one on
plenty of time. Just preserve specials if we can. I'm halfway to missiles. We can look to missile crab. Wait out the whale, and then I'll have missiles ready after. Alright, I've got missiles out. There's one sharking left side. I got missiles in front. There's still one on left, though.
On our side left.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep,
Okay.
Yeah.
Near and far would be good call outs.
There's one on the.
good. Yep, they're stuck back left.
Yeah.
Got one.
I think there's still one
On
on
the left corner,
left.
One
Blaster.
dropped left.
Yeah.
Got him.
Yes. Above you, Jim.
Yeah, it's Expo. I can't fight
Okay,
that.
we need to make sure we're holding zone. I have missiles almost ready. I need to reload at some point.
There's one on
Okay.
my top right.
They dropped
Yep.
rain. They're gonna try
Try
and
to
outpaint
focus
right
here.
now. Right now. Right now.
One dropping left, drop left, drop left.
Just keep paint. Just keep paint.
Got me.
There we go.
Sorry.
Nice.
Sheesh.
Yeah, a lot of these like left and right calls. I
Heard.
don't
Yeah,
know whether
I'll-
that means
I'll go
behind us
back.
or in front of us, and so
That's
I'm like
fine.
looking in the wrong place.
Yeah, it's all good. I'll sharpen up. But good stuff. Good call on the peanut.
Yeah. We did what we had to do. It was a little messy, a lot messy,
Yeah.
but we did what we had to
When
do.
we had lockout, I think you took a fight gem that you probably didn't need to do on their plot.
Yeah.
There was just the one left, and we could have just like painted them. But it's all good. Again,
There were a
we
lot
did-
of fights like that where I was just antsy.
It's all good. We dialed it in.
Yep.
That's the set, so we can see what the. Or wait, was that 2 games? I think so.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
two. We won both.
We played Wahoo World.
2 nail biters.
Yeah,
Yeesh.
Rainmaker Wahoo World and
Alright, let's see what our group is doing, and I think everyone's probably done.
Oh my god.
What's up?
Our next opponent
What? Who's
is
I'm
it?
Donkey
looking.
Kong.
No way.
We literally
fighting
put us-
against Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong from the Donkey Kong games? No way.
Oh hey, I know Sylveon.
Is dude on that team?
It's dude.
Oh wait, one of them. Did one of the teams drop or something?
Freed up.
Oh yeah, Rumblings dropped, so we don't have a round 3 match.
I see.
So we'll be playing. We have 2 more rounds to go. We probably have a quick intermission, so if you need water, wrist exercises, just get up and touch some grass. Now would be the time to do so. But
Is there an intermission? Because our match shows up.
well, round 3 is against, or Is it showing round 3 or round 4? Yeah, that's
Round
round
three.
4. Yeah, the Donkey Kong matchup
Oh,
is
it is
round 4.
Okay, so we have a
Oh.
bye round 3?
Yeah.
Got it.
Well, technically it's not a buy. They drop. So yeah, effectively it's a buy.
Okay. So Donkey Kong has another match that they're playing right now.
Exactly. Once they're done, we can hop into it. But in the meantime, we can chill and do whatever. So,
Sure.
I'll be right
Alright.
back. I'm gonna get some fluids. But
Yeah.
yeah, we can look at the maps and stuff after and kind of figure stuff out.
I'll be muting so I can address the stream.
Yeah, do your thing.
Oh god, that was bad. I'm not proud of anything that you guys saw on that screen. Except for maybe deciding to keep painting the zone at the end. Ugh. I've got this impulse that I need to push on mincemeat, and it's just sending me in all the wrong places. But, hey, we got it. That 2-0, that's what matters, right? Okay. What team name do you guys have? We are Dude's team. Wrist is feeling okay, I think. It's a little bit unhappy about being stuck in the splint for so long. I slept with this thing on too. But it's not acting up on me. And then I play worse and I play with teammates. Any tips? Everyone does, because you're having to devote your attention to something other than the game. Because there's mechanics, there's decision making, and that's all that you have to worry about in solo queue. But in a team environment, you also have to worry about coordinating. So, sorry, I was looking at something on Battlefy. So having that third thing, you got to think about everything else gets shifted to the back burner, and everything else is going to be worse. That's it. Everyone's always on their B game in tournaments, but that's how it goes. I'm gonna click into the match that our opponents are playing, so that I can be keeping track of that and know when it's done. Because I'm muted in my voice chat right now, so I will not know when they're finished. Okay. Saying everyone's on their B game? It's true, you know. At big tournaments, there are nerves, and it's, you know, the big event, the big occasion. It doesn't feel the same way as a practice scrim does. How's it going, Cody and Chicken Boy? Solo queue Clamblitz. Clamblitz gets a lot better. It's just people need to learn how to actually play it, like what the clams do. That part's important, and there are definitely people who will start playing it without knowing that. So, yeah. Pressures everyone. I mean, I don't know. I think I'm actually pretty good in tournament environments at not thinking too much about the audience that I have on stream. Part of it is probably that I've just played a lot of tournaments on stream before, and I'm able to just ignore all of you. What team am I? I'm on a team called Dude's Team. It's a pickup. It's with Bab, Reborn, and X-Ray. Tetris grab pity in neutral. Oh, goodness. That's a yikes. Playing more games and tournaments probably helps with nerves. Starburst's really good at the moment. They've been around for a while. I mean, all of them are going to be really experienced in tournaments in general at that level. But for a lot of them, like the very top level players, the challenge is that they're just not going to be playing against the other top teams at full power all the time. Like they'll get a lot of pickups with those players, but at the tournament is when it counts. Yeah, X-ray is a cool tag. I agree. Do I have to just keep refreshing? Okay, I guess they're just still working on it. Is this your usual team? Just a team for this tournament? This is a pickup. So I'm not currently on any official team, but we're working on that. I've played a lot with these folks. Reborn was a former teammate. Bab was a former teammate. We've been doing a lot with X-ray lately. Gem ignoring me, Sniff? What's going on? What am I ignoring the Banky said? I'm scrolling up so high and not seeing anything. Which dualies do you think are best right now in S3? Dually Squelchers, then Tetras, then Splat Dualies, then Glugas, and then Dapples. Would be my order. Babs a former teammate? Yeah, Babs was on watercolor. Moo, you ignored nothing? Can you talk about what goes into choosing a team composition? So, you want a certain amount of range, because if the enemy team brings something that outranges you and you don't have anything to deal with it, then you die. So, that doesn't necessarily mean you need a backline weapon, but you need something that can attack a backline weapon reliably. Which, I mean, right now, I would really prefer to have a backline weapon, but that's not the comp that we've ended up with the players we have and the weapons that they're bringing to the table. So, we're going to do what we can. Then, another major concern is to make sure that you have enough paint to enable the weapons that need it. So, for example, if you're going to run something like a blaster, you need the other weapons to be able to paint sufficiently that the blaster can move. Otherwise, the blaster's not really set up and it can't do an awful lot. Then, another consideration is what specials you want. Because things like Booyah Bomb and missiles are really high priorities in the metagame right now. Using them just gives you such a disproportionate advantage in fighting. And so figuring out a way to work something like that into the game is important. Figuring out how to work a big bubbler into a match where you want to use it to get free tower points, or you want to use it to wall people off of the zone. So if that's a priority, then you want to work a special like that in. And you also need a certain amount of frontline pushing power. There are very, very few comps that I've ever seen competitively that did not have at least a frontliner or two who were capable of moving up, being maneuverable, and pushing the enemy team back away from the objective. Without one of those kinds of weapons, your comp plays very, very slowly. It's slow to capitalize on advantages because it has to be very careful about how it pushes up before it gets taken down. So, with all of those factors considered, and the limited pool of weapons that your team has to work with, you kind of quickly narrowed down to, here are the weapons that we should play for this map mode. So those are the conversations that you're kind of hearing us go over. Is there a place to see the tournament brackets? Yes, it is. That is not what I was trying to copy and paste, and I guess You know what happened? So when I was going like, oh, earlier, I was clicking on the name of the enemy team that we're about to play against, which is Donkey Kong. And I was expecting that it was going to show me their roster, but then it just showed me this little clipboard icon. And I guess what happened is that it copied that. And so that's what I just pasted instead of pasting the link. DK. Donkey Kong. I put the who in the wrong place. I'm a fake fan. Donkey Kong, Seed 109, currently playing against Aigr'Ink, which I'm guessing is a French pun or something, because those words mean nothing to me. That team is French. Donkey Kong is British. You know him well. Oh, goodness. Oh, what does my chat become? Where can you see the brackets? Well, you could see the brackets if we weren't full of DK rap right now. Here. This is where we're at right now. So this will take you to, hopefully, the brackets tab. If not, you just have to click brackets at the top. We're currently in the preliminary stage called pools. Groups is what it'll label it as. They are round robins, so within our group of like 6 teams, we are going to play every other one of them. So, there we are. So my team's tag is Dude's Team. And then we're also going to be playing against, we've played against 2 kinds. That was Brian's team. We're going to be playing against Donkey Kong, Aigr'Ink, Hypnosis, and Rumbling. And either Hypnosis or Rumbling dropped. So we just got a free win over them, and that's why we're not playing currently in this round. We are Group R. Rumbling is the one that dropped. Okay, good. I'd rather play against a team that's also in the US for lag reasons than a French team, so we're in good shape. Hypnosis is the American team. Although, oh wait, they beat 2 kinds, so maybe that's less of a yay. Who's on that roster? Oh, that's Isaac. That's Isaac and Grape and Dylan. Okay, Isaac is the top North American Bloblobber player. Grape is like a Div 1 or maybe Div X now frontline player. Wasn't Dylan a Glooga's main at one point? Or maybe I'm mistaking for someone else. But yeah. That's a squad for sure. But it's really easy to see how this is going to break down into brackets. Top 2 teams will in all likelihood go on to Alpha, and then middle 2 teams to Beta, and lower 2 to Gamma. So as long as we beat... Let's see. We've got the win over Rumbling. We've already beaten... Who did we just play? Was that Aigr'Ink? I have to scroll so much. Yeah, okay, that was Aigr'Ink. Okay. So... if we beat Donkey Kong, then we make beta bracket for sure. But I think we would make it anyway, because we've got 2 wins already. So, in all likelihood, Aigr'Ink is Gamma, and we're going to be beta. But we can get better seeding in beta bracket for sure by beating Donkey Kong here. That's something we can do. Alrighty. Did you really beat Brian's team? No, that is not a thing that happened. DK is not British. Don't say that. The team that is called Donkey Kong is from Great Britain. I'm sorry. I cannot change reality. Why'd you call yourself Dude's Team? It's a meme. You get all these people who in the community who know about the community exclusively because of Dude's content. It's like all they know about. And so they'll pop into like all sorts of chats, all sorts of random places like, oh, where's Dude's Team? Which has become like such a running joke because a lot of the time it's just like they're nowhere near Dude when they post these things. They'll just run into like the random tournament stream and it's like, okay, Dude's team is not the only team in the tournament, guys. Like, come on now. Was Gluga's main at one point. Also, hi. Welcome. Thanks for that info. When you gotta beat Donkey Kong to get good seats. Yo, is this Dude's team? There's Bab. Is your hand okay? We're seeing. I have a little bit of a tingling in my left wrist, which is a potential sign of carpal tunnel syndrome. So I'm wearing a splint to keep it stable, which seems to have been working while I've got it on. Where's Jem's team? Squid School where? Is there any reason to place Pro over Squeezer besides health reasons? I mean, they give you slightly different things. Like, if you want a crab tank, and that's the only weapon you're going to get from it, and I guess Pro, but you're not going to get as many crab tanks as you're going to get with other weapons, and Inkzuka is also a really strong special, so Squeezer's definitely better. It's not to say that there's, like, no niche for Pro, but the niche is, like, something which you probably shouldn't ever be forced into playing. If the other people are playing, you know, common weapons. It's been helping you get out of Aigr'Ink and S, working my way up slowly. Glad they've been helping. Thanks for saying so, Master Duffus. Is this Dude's team? Is that Dude's team? There you go. You're getting it. You're getting it. Stage 7 epic gamer disease. Yeah, for sure. You play any Salmon Run? I don't play a lot of it. I really don't. And like, it's cool. I like it. I just don't end up playing it that much. Are we esports now? Yeah, you're darn right we are. You know, it's so funny. I have gotten way closer to being injured as a result of playing video games than I ever did during my very intensive career as a cross-country runner. Like, that's a place where people get all sorts of nasty things. Stress fractures, IT band injuries, ankle injuries, knee injuries, wearing out the cartilage of the knee, like, all sorts of nasty things happen to runners. And I just got out of that, like, scot-free. There was, like, one day that I ever had to take off of practice, and we were running, like, 49 weeks out of a 52-week year. I had a sub-5 mile. I had close to a 3-hour marathon. Like, I wasn't the fastest, but I was definitely pretty dedicated. And of all things, it is Splatoon that has injured me more than any of that stuff ever did. Yeah. I was doing a lot of miles in preparation for that marathon. I'd do a morning run of 17 miles and then an evening run of 9 miles. Like 3 days a week. Yep. Let's see what's going on with Donkey Kong here. Oh, they have... Oh, shoot. I should be getting back into the... Yo, the match is done in round 3, I believe. So we should probably be able to get in.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, they finally reported. Cool, cool. Okay, we're technically higher seed. Did you want to host again, Jim?
Sure.
Alright, cool. We can, I guess, just keep using same, same password. And I'll let them know.
Are we up?
Room is in progress.
Yeah, I still need to get them added, so you're good. I probably could have done that in the meantime, but no.
Shame.
A shame, right?
To answer the question about physical conditioning, there are definitely a lot of pro gamers who do work out, and that they say it gives health benefits. One major thing that I can see with that is that, first of all, having some core strength makes it so that you can sit comfortably for longer periods of time. Just generally have more physical stamina, so playing a lot does not have as nasty of an impact on you. It doesn't make you as tired, you know, because when you're tired, your brain doesn't think as well, and your hands don't work quite as well. So
Easy Undertow.
it's definitely invaluable to do some kind of physical training.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for machine for that because it's really good.
Yeah.
There's not a ton that you have to paint on that map, so if we wanted to go like blaster machine, and then I'm guessing you'd go junior. But
Yeah,
you can play
Blaster is
black.
really good on Undertow.
Okay, then yeah, we're gonna be a little bit limited on paint, but it's fine, I think, for this map.
Wait, what's the mode?
TC.
TC on the
Oh.
sewage level,
Ugh,
Undertow. Is that what it's called?
nasty. Can't wait till we have actual good map lists. But
Heavy
Magic.
cope. Heavy cope.
What if there's an all Splatoon 2 tournament? Just Splatoon 2 maps and modes. Even then, it would still not be great. Like only half
have
of them are
Wahoo
playable.
multiple
You'd
times.
still have Wahoo World in your tournament map list.
I legit-
Sure.
Didn't we play a tournament with Wahoo TC in it?
Oh yeah. What was
We
that?
did that. I don't
Oh, yeah,
remember.
Masters.
I was like,
Yeah.
I just want more like mode centric like formats, like just like zones only, TC only.
Clams only when.
Yeah. Clams miss me only. The world's longest event. Yeah, I'll probably play junior.
You'll never guess what I'm playing.
Splatana Wiper.
Nah, I'm actually playing E-Leader 4K.
Oh man.
no scope.
I think that would be a throw.
Is
I
it?
can't see things.
No. Don't you normally play scope?
Huh?
I said, don't you normally scope?
Yeah.
This also is a huge part of the tournament experience, waiting for people to fill into lobbies. There's a running gag that NA lobbies take 30 minutes to fill, EU lobbies take 15 minutes, and JP lobbies take 5 minutes.
Oh, sweet.
I've only played scoped.
You'll never catch me on a non-scope
I see,
charging.
I see.
Just waiting on Bab.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I
Same
did
path,
That's
same
weird.
path.
My bad.
You're good.
I'm distracted. By the way, I lied. I'm playing Splatoon Stamper.
Epic.
No way. I got baited so hard.
Yeah. Get clickbaited. Icky.
Okay. In general, I'm just gonna kind of spam fizzy bombs in mid. So I don't know if y'all want me to watch left or right. Either one is fine.
It depends on who seems to have control. Early on, we really need to control left side first check. Right side is, like, when we're pushing, right side is bait. Like, we literally do not care about the right side as long as we control left.
Yeah.
So, like, if they're all dropping down that way, they're throwing. Make sure that we have, like, left side, because that's all that matters for tower path there. And it's only after we've, like, cleared check and it's starting to move to the right that we care about getting those ledges and stuff under control.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Playing double bubble?
Yeah.
But obviously, if they're pushing, then we need to control our right side, so it's just a question of where it seems like it's moving at that moment.
Okie dokie.
I'll start class then.
Alrighty.
They're just going on blaster.
Okay.
Brett's opening up left, as well as
Ooh, I
now.
didn't mean to fall. I'm down here now.
That
There's
isn't-
3 right. Okay. Oh, not corner.
They're pushing
Push
in,
is
ours
pushing.
on.
They're weak. Going right, going right.
Alright.
I got closed in on.
Got one, got
Two
two.
in the
I'm
zone.
down.
One of them.
Left side, and one left, one right.
Ooh. Nice. Last one
1v1.
tower. Isn't not
Um,
dazed.
I'll paint around.
one's pushing out left.
Are we close to a special?
I'm
Just be
close to bubbler.
Oh, I'm down.
okay. It's okay to
Go
jump
on,
off
Vlad.
tower if we don't have if we don't have special. I almost have Booyah. We can use Booyah to push in a second. I'm gonna Booyah right side. Alright, I'm Booyahing right. Let's see if we can push up. Take the. Oh, I died to a bomb. I traded. There's still one. Top right. Try to get in front of tower if we can.
Get
Yeah.
moved.
Nowhere for me to. I have
It's
Zep
okay.
cast though.
One's flanking right. Two flanking right.
Shit.
Blaster brush.
Yeah, they're on left now.
Yeah.
Plasma
helping.
left.
I'm
One
kind
on
of
our
Got one.
Fine.
Rushing on me.
I'm gonna come out right.
They're weak. They
Just
are
one
in
mid.
mid now. Brushing our base, brushing our base.
Machine.
Yeah, I'm behind
my
brush.
God.
Pushed out. You're last, you're last.
Yeah, I'm
There's
gonna
someone
get.
on our base.
Oh, they much clipped. See if we can take rush out. Okay, we had a rush tower.
I wasn't able to get in there. Nice.
There's
Yeah,
another
brush
one behind
down our
tower.
spawn.
Ouch.
I just feel like we played a little slow at the start.
Yeah, we could have pushed out.
Yeah, because like they had all the means to like push in with their specials. I got closed in on very early with foil.
We do.
Um,
Well, if we see an opportunity to push, we call it out and we go.
to playoff field as a junior. But,
Yeah.
what's next? We got
Sturgeon.
Sturgeon.
I'm gonna go missile spam.
Sure, I'll play crab.
Oh, is it Sturgeon Zones? Yeah,
Yeah.
Sturgeon Zones.
We start spinning.
You said you're starting spinning?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll start right.
Probably look to be. I'll actually probably paint left side a little bit, and then I'll missile them.
Yeah, we'll leave base for you.
Yeah. But it'll just be the two of you until Bad makes it into mid contesting zone. So be careful. I can get a lot of paint, like on the left side of zone, so I can maybe get them in a little sticky of spots. But I'm mainly focusing on getting specials. So if y'all see an opportunity, go for it. But if you're having to deal with like Nautilus and stuff, don't feel like you have to force fights because we'll get missiles and can start contesting what they're doing pretty quick.
Our best shot is probably going to be just like catching the brush trying to flank.
Please, I can't deal with it.
It's like the Nautilus has been playing really passively for the most part. It's been like the brush who goes in first, and then the rest move in off of what they're able to create. So if we can just stop the brush, they don't have as much offense. They can't walk forward very easily.
Similar comps.
A little bit more aggressive.
Tactical.
Looks like Brush is moving out right. Careful. I almost have
right.
missiles.
Yeah.
Our Brush is
left.
left. I got missiles out.
There's no way.
I'm coming left.
It's okay, it's okay.
They're far left.
That wasn't the right person. I'm on left now.
Our spinner.
I'm halfway to
We're
missiles.
pushing our spinner really hard, guys.
Yeah. They're low. Careful behind. They're already in our base. Okay, I'll get missiles pretty fast. Just
She's on nice night.
Push the stuff.
Alright, I have missiles ready.
Got Zuka
There's
ready.
still to our street. I'm missing in front of us, but there's
Shoot, we
Got one.
there's one on you, sir.
Yeah.
We need to get into zone. Brush
Yeah,
on
they're
me.
low in front.
Got him. I'm down.
I have zip cast.
I got missiles on zone. Yeah,
I'm down.
they're low.
Your last ray. Nice. I'm coming. Yeah.
Just hold it right.
Yeah.
We gotta go.
Yeah, that's rough.
So why do we bring 3 people left at the beginning?
I fell.
Oh,
I-
okay.
I fell into the void.
Oh.
Because we like tried to push through left, which was kind of weird.
Yeah,
I tried to
I
jump,
heard that
and
the
then I
brush was
dashed.
coming left, so I came to try and help with that.
Oh. No, it was fine. I was just trying to keep an eye on where they were at. I just wanted us to push the right side. I was gonna missile and push through once we had pressure on there, but yeah, we got collapsed on. That's all good. Hopefully we can get this last match out sooner rather than later.
Jesus.
They're already ready, and they have a room up.
Yeah, this is gonna be a really hard match. So
Yeah, they beat Brian's team. This is Isaac, the Bloblobber player, and Grape and Dylan.
If we don't dash into the void again.
So you're telling me it's not Dude's team?
Isn't No way.
Rainmaker, Hacklefish, Zones, Museum.
Aren't we all on Dude's team in one way or another?
We're all dude on the inside.
Bunch of dudes having a good time.
That's what I'm saying.
GG's, Artemis.
I'm crying.
Is the lobby up?
They have lobby up, but let me see if they've added yet. I'm still waiting for them to like accept friend request.
Oh, okay.
Also, the person that makes like if you accept a friend request, it like usually DCs you out of the lobby, so they probably have to remake.
Yeah.
The tech is to have someone that's not accepting friend requests make the lobby.
Mm-hmm. Which is so annoying, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay. Isaac says added.
There we go. Password to or to the discussion if y'all can't see it. And just sent it to you separately, Bob.
Huh?
I sent you password.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, there it is. I forgot you have to hit refresh.
Oh yeah, on the list or whatever.
Mm-hmm. I was just sitting looking at it like, wait a minute, this should be up already. Oh, whoops. Got the password wrong, lol. There it is. Okay. Rainmaker Hagglefish, okay. I'll go shot.
Alright, I can go machine.
You'll never guess what weapon I'm gonna choose next.
They're not gonna see this one coming. Well, they probably won't, but
No, the other team never sees it come.
yeah.
But yeah, I can go junior if you want to play something else, X-Ray. I don't know how much you're enjoying that life. So if you don't, and you don't like, we don't need a junior, but just in general, I don't know exactly like all the
Say
weapons you want
Epic
to
and
fly.
like go in range at least once this day one, so I'll just do it for game one.
Wait, what's up?
I said I'll just say F it and just throw in range for this game one.
Okay, do.
Where? What's the map? Oh,
Hagglefish, Rainmaker.
fun. I sure do love Hagglefish. Wow. This is the map ever.
This is the map ever.
Oh, out of all of them, this is definitely one of them.
I love. Oh my god, It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I love Range Blaster. I love it.
You're correct, I believe.
Okay.
Double crab, vacuum.
Interesting.
Keeping an eye on left side. They have crab out. They have 2 crabs
Yeah.
just waited out. Oh, hi, got bombed. Careful.
Rapid's pushing me on right. I think I got him. Got him.
Make sure we're watching mid. in
Crab on me.
case they
On right.
go forward.
Nice. Thank you.
Well played.
Another one right. On splash right.
I see him. There's another one pushing me.
They're jumping mid and pushing us.
I'm down on
side.
right.
Have to jump out again.
Nice
So,
pick.
3v3. Any help from right side?
One's pushing for me.
I traded. There's still another one in front. They're jumping in our front left area.
Dead.
Nice. That's 2 down.
Crab
I was
far
gonna
right.
take it
Crab on
down.
right.
one
Crab
left?
gets me. I didn't know they were still there. Crab behind
Alright.
Rainmaker.
Nice
Jumping out.
check.
Nice shot. Okay, we
Yeah.
need to reset, get control of mid.
Yeah.
They're
Alright,
gonna.
wait, wait, wait.
They have a really fast dunk on us as well, so just
One by a
Good
goal
paint.
already.
look
On
at their
crab.
bombs.
They're pushing it.
Moving our right side, if we can stop it. Behind. On right.
Good.
They're on our podium.
on me in
like
plat.
our backpack building.
Not one.
Splash still trying to come right.
Yeah, there's one behind the block. I can get back up. That crab.
Oh my god. Left, left, left.
Yeah, I can't really. They're on our podium still.
Good. Good job. Good job.
I couldn't drop it.
Oh shoot.
They're gonna. Yeah. I was right.
One right below the rail. Ah, they're still sharking our
Yeah, one's
plat.
pushing up on us.
Should
There's
back at that.
2 underneath me if we can get bombs.
On left, Weak.
Good.
Got one. Another one goal. We're weak. Got them. Nice. Just splash.
Just
Go in
one.
front, in
They're in
front.
plat. They're in plat. They're in plat. Nice.
Yeah.
Good stuff,
Still
everyone.
here. Still here.
Jumps. Nice. Okay, we need to get some paint.
Mm.
I'm gonna be watching right side.
Buster right. Weak.
Really
I'm
good.
checking mid.
Yeah.
They're behind
One
us.
behind us left. Nice.
Yes. I'm just gonna pop breaker.
Zukaing into mid. Got one.
Nice.
Nice.
Two left.
Left.
Another one left.
I didn't mean to.
Rapid on left. They're gonna push me into left. I gotta jump. That was a long jump.
Yo, what up?
Let's push enough steps. Or right.
Okay, don't let them in on left.
Yeah, one's going for right flank. I'm watching left. There's 2 pushing left. There's crab
We
on
got a
left.
crab
I
out.
need help. I got buoy on crab.
Not range.
I got
Still one
Zuka.
far left.
Bottom right.
Zuka got me.
Oh, I'm left. Still
Still
on
hurts
left.
too.
Yeah. They're pushing in all directions. I There's under her spawn ledge.
Got one. No.
I'm like,
Sure.
Hey. Crab is. Yeah.
or yeah.
The left side kept breaking things open. Like, we can beat them on right, but when
We-
they get through left...
Yeah, we lacked
fall
paint and they could ninja squid everywhere. That's what I saw as the problem, is that we just didn't have enough paint. And that allowed them to hold forward, break through left, and move around the map. because we only had like one painter that game. But good try, good try.
Back to splash I go. Although I could do junior as well, but yeah, hover pavilion.
Pick your fave.
Okay. Splash it is.
Probably just run missiles. And get good angles with paint on this map.
Coming out far left.
Yeah, they're
Short
already here.
but aggressive range. There's
I can
two
push it
left.
left right now if we
Top
want.
I can get
Uh,
paint.
Crap right.
We're split
Rated.
right now.
Oh, shit.
I'm getting missiles on 2 left. Oh shit.
Weak.
Oh, I traded. There's another one on far left.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna jump so we can just refill.
I have some cast ready.
Careful about them potentially coming
Zuka
top
right,
left
Zuka
and
right,
popping
Zuka
out
right.
on us.
Weak, wrapping.
Yeah, there's 3 right mid.
Yeah. Let's push
I'm
left
just
or
getting
right.
paint in zone.
Left is isolated.
There's 2
Come on.
left. Back left.
I got missiles on last 2 on left. Or 2 of them on
right.
left.
Crab on
They're
right.
low. Tetris is low in our left pit. Far
I
left.
traded.
Maybe not. I'll back up. What?
I traded with 1.
Oh, well.
Tetris is far left.
Okay, let's just
Weak.
try and go in from right or something. We need zone soon.
I have some cast
We can
ready.
still play slow, we can still play slow.
Try to get behind them.
I can focus
have-
being zone.
Ooh,
Okay, Bab is going in. Zip catcher down.
I'm painting left.
Missiles on 2 in front. Okay. They're still on our left side.
Go for zone, go for zone.
I'm trying to get. Yeah, I'm trying to paint.
And super one.
Yep, they're too far left.
They got me. Damn, dude. Whatever. It's fine.
Jeez.
GG, says day 1.
Probably a salami tournament.
Heck yeah. I guess some time to chill before that one.
I'm gonna eat now.
Look at everyone.
Should
Jeez.
still give us beta bracket because we have
Yeah,
a bye.
everyone
also win.
plays day 2. That's what they were
Well,
saying.
yeah, but like there's alpha, beta, and
Oh,
gamma,
Gotcha.
and so
I see.
I'm pretty sure we're beta for 4th place in the pool as long as things go as we expect, which they usually do.
Yeah.
Dang, when we're gonna get the Sigma bracket, the hell?
Please.
Next one.
All right,
Alright,
GG's guys. We will see y'all in. Oh wait, you can see the standings. Let's see. Okay, come on. It just refreshed the page because it was like, "Hey, you lost your match." Like, oh, thanks. Yeah. So we're. I mean, oh shoot, wait, we're tied for 4th with Aigr'Ink. There might need to be like a playoff there or something.
Do they do that day 1? I don't think they did, right?
It would determine who goes beta and who goes gamma.
Oh, snap.
Well, we won the head-to-head, didn't we? Yeah, we won the head-to-head against them. So
Yeah.
that should go to us. So yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Hopefully, yeah.
Might be good to hang out for just a minute to make sure, like in the...
Yeah, well, the other 2 already left VC.
Announcement.
But, oh.
Oh, okay. Whoops. Yeah, if we need to contact them, we'll let them know. But
Yeah. I'll be around. I'm just gonna grab food.
Hello? I tried to leave. Oh. Okay, we're doing this. Okay. There. That'll kick me out of that. Okay, so I'll mute and deafen here. Just send me a DM if something's up. Okay. So that puts us in 4th in our pool of 6, which will be beta bracket tomorrow. So a little bit lower than we were seeded, although I think Donkey Kong is that team is probably a little bit stronger than they anticipated in the seeding. But so that brings us to the next couple of talking points, and they are talking points. I'm not going to be doing too much more playing for reasons that I guess we might as well discuss right now. Because I did a bunch of research. I was having a tingling feeling in... Let me make sure I get this on camera. In the base of my hand right down here. Kind of like pins and needles like you would get if you were like lying down on your hand and it was falling asleep or something. And that is apparently one of the signs of carpal tunnel syndrome. It just started happening yesterday. And so I have done a number of things to try and address that. One of which was wearing one of these splints here. These things are awesome, by the way. If you've got tendonitis or if you get carpal tunnel or anything like that, your hand just kind of slots in here. Thumb goes through here, and then there's this like metal piece that goes in here. Like that, which that comes out so that you can machine wash it. So these things are like really handy, and highly recommend grabbing one of them if you ever have any kinds of symptoms like that or pain in your wrist. Pain in your wrist is usually tendonitis, which is a different thing. It's the tendons in your wrist are being inflamed. But problems with your tendons can actually lead to carpal tunnel syndrome, because what carpal tunnel syndrome is there's a passageway in your wrist called the carpal tunnel, where all of those tendons go through that control your fingers, their ability to flex and do stuff like this. And what can happen with tendonitis is those tendons get inflamed. And what carpal tunnel syndrome is the nerve that's in there, the nerve that runs through that same passageway, is getting squeezed. So if the tendons get inflamed, they can push on that nerve, and that's what can potentially cause those symptoms. So if you're getting like that kind of tingling or especially numbness, that is a sign that you're actually getting nerve problems, and that's a lot more serious than just them being sore or something like that. So, for preventing or just treatment. So the splint is doing is it's keeping my wrist immobilized. I can't do this. And so that makes it so that the passageway is going to stay open. So it's not going to squeeze. Because that should generally prevent the majority of the kinds of repetitive motions that will be damaging in that case. School nurse gym. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and both of them suck, by the way. Both of them do not go away quickly and just require a lot less activity, and they can really mess up your lifestyle, because you just have to take it so easy on them for so long. There's a friend of mine who I told the story earlier was getting tendonitis in her wrists because she was both playing clarinet and playing competitive Super Smash Bros. Melee and doing color guard, so like spinning things and catching things and stuff. And so she had to give up playing Melee with her hands. She ended up learning to play it with her feet, believe it or not. She would put the controller on the floor and use like her toes to hit the buttons. Actually got to a surprisingly high level of play being able to do that. Obviously wasn't beating most players who could use their hands, but she could beat some of them. She had some gimmicks. She had some really interesting stuff that she could do with that. So that was neat. But definitely still sucked that she needed to do something like that. Like that she just wasn't able to play the game the way she wanted to. Anyway, so that's my little sports medicine bit, I suppose. Got tendonitis from color guard too. Yeah, it seems like a really common injury there. Like that's just a relatively vulnerable position in your body. I got tendonitis when I was in high school from a combination of doing a lot of push-ups and volleyball. It's usually like, if there's one thing that's kind of intensive on your wrists, usually that's fine. But as soon as you introduce like another activity that's also pressuring that same position, like that's oftentimes where things get bad. So yeah, I'm hoping that this doesn't persist for too long, that I'm able to just kind of take a break for a little while, not have to worry about it too much. There's a little bit of tingling if I take the brace off right now, which I don't like. I was playing with the brace on all day today, but so hopefully I don't end up needing to curtail the activities for tomorrow too much because of that. But like I said, I'm gonna keep a close eye on that, and that's my priority over being able to stream and stuff. But so I'm not going to be playing for the rest of the day, but I'm going to go and make a tier list because I realized yesterday, like, because I've been thinking like, it's too early to make another tier list, but I realized yesterday that the last tier list I made was before the game even released. So like, I have not had anything up to date at all, and so it is time. Now, do not be alarmed when you see, I think there's already going to be a list made when it shows up here. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna share this without context for a second because it's funny. That is not the right thing. There. That should be it. Yes, there we go. So, don't worry, this is not my actual list. This is what I made for the thumbnail of the GooTuber video. Alright? So it's fine, it's fine. Okay, we're gonna... There was also some of this text, which I'm pretty sure was just lost on everybody. Okay. And are we fitting everything in there on screen? Yes, we are. Perfect. Okay. So I'm just going to reset everything, if that's possible. Can I just, like, drop everything back down and rearrange? Because this is probably not super indicative of my actual opinions either. I guess I have to do this manually, don't I? Yeah. Just like clicking them randomly, and it's working. There's got to be a better way to do this. There's got to be a freaking reset button or something, but Someone's gonna like screenshot this where like I accidentally dropped like E-liter into U tier for a second and then try to get me canceled on Splatoon Twitter for having bad opinions. Okay. Here we go. So I'm gonna sort. So I'm just gonna ignore like the scope variants. I'm just gonna treat them all as one weapon. Obviously, Grizzco weapons are not a thing. I'm not rating the Rainmaker. Sorry about that. I'm sure y'all wanted my opinion on where the Rainmaker would fall on a multiplayer tier list, but not today. Okay. I think that's all the Grizzco weapons out of the way. All right. So, things that I have been seeing lately. So Splattershot is still one of the here. You know what? I'm gonna do this because I think that the gap between Sloshing Machine and some of the other top weapons is not that big, and I think these other weapons are somewhat meta-defining. So I'm actually gonna be doing this and putting these up here. I'm even going to put that up there now, based on what I've been seeing lately. And then we'll talk about these in just a second. I just want to get some placements out of the way. That's a tight one. Is there anything else that I feel like is on these weapons levels? Probably stick this here. I'm just going through them one by one really quick, making sure that I have everything formulated in. Oh, yes, this needs to go up there too. I think I'm gonna have more of an S tier than an S, like all the way down to A. Oops. Oh my god. That's not... Okay. I'm a mess right now. We're making it work. We're making it work. Alright. So these are, I think... Is there anything else I'm missing? I'm second guessing myself so hard. These are, I think, the best weapons in the game. I'm probably going to save that for us. These are, I think, the best weapons in the game that, like... you're generally going to want to form a team comp around. The Slosher might drop down a level. Just, I feel like it's a lot better than its usage has been. I guess it might be that it's just kind of considered outclassed by the machine right now. That's probably a use case for a reason to put it down there. But okay, let's get to the other weapons before we start placing any more of these. So. X tier here. Top tier is not on screen. Okay, note to self. I am not allowed to scroll. Thank you for that. Okay. Actually, I should do this so that I'm not showing up there. There. Okay. So, we'll start with the X tier. Sloshing Machine has been known to be one of the best weapons in the game, arguably the best weapon in the game since launch. And that is largely a map design problem. I say problem because what's going to happen is you're going to end up stuck in one of these small choke points in the map, and you're going to get walled the heck out. Because you're going to want to move forward, and you're just not going to be able to if a machine is watching it. They'll put fizzy bombs in the way. If the fizzy bomb so much as touches you, they can start to follow up with machine shots. and you have to just run straight away very quickly to be able to escape that sort of pressure. It's a weapon that just kind of gets to walk forward at you because of the conditions that the map creates. It doesn't have to worry as much about being flanked. It doesn't have to worry about somebody getting on top of it, because the only places that it can be approached from, it can be watching. They can be directly in front of it. If the maps were more wide open, if there were more flank routes, even if there was more cover, you could probably flank a machine and it would be a little bit weaker, I think. I think map design is a big reason why this weapon is as strong as it is. And I could easily see it dropping if other maps get added to the competitive map pool. But right now, probably the strongest weapon in the game. The other argument, in my opinion, is the E-Leader. I think E-Leader is probably a little bit on the lower side, but E-Leader just, it can see everything on these maps. It's so aggravating to have to play against an E-Leader on a map like Mincemeat Metalworks or a map like Mahi Mahi or Scorched Gorge. Because there aren't multiple routes onto the map. And that's how you would beat an E-Leader. You would beat an E-Leader by it not being able to shut down the side of the map that you're playing on, by being able to play the opposite side from the E-Leader. But on a lot of the maps, you just can't. On Mahi Mahi, you have two tiny little squares of cover. Like, it's actually insane how little of the map on Mahi Mahi you are allowed to stand on if there is an E-Leader watching you. I'm going to go and open up Recon to, like, point this out here. More cover, its hitbox didn't ask. Yeah, I mean, it can definitely hit around cover if it gets set up for it, but something that would, like, block fizzy bombs would also be really good. Okay. Where's Mahi? There it is. So I'm going to flip over really quickly to show you what Mahi Mahi Resort looks like, in case we weren't aware. So this is Tower Control Mahi. Okay. Let's say that the enemy team has an E-Leader right there. Where can I stand? I can stand here. I can stand here. I can stand, like, here. If I stand anywhere else for too long while the E-Leader has charge, I die. This position right here sucks, because an enemy position that counters this position is standing right here, which is one of the other places that's safe for them. So they see you coming from a mile away, you have absolutely no cover from them, so standing here is something you can only do if you are hard committing to right side push right here, and do that. So that's kind of off limits, which means you're either standing here or you're standing here, unless you have the range to also stand up here. These positions are very easy to flush out, because if you run an E-Leader, it covers everything else, and then if you run a machine, they just throw a single fizzy bomb right there and your entire team is flushed out into the E-Leader's sightline, and they can be picked off from there. This map sucks. It really, really sucks. It is not fun to play, like, I have, even relatively casually, because you just can't move anywhere. You have to, like, sit really far back, somewhere, like, over here or something, farm up your special, and then, like, kind of poke your way over into here and, like, maybe hope there's someone over here that you can Trizuka, or hope that you can, like, miraculously pick the E-Leader or something like that. You have to throw booyah bombs or missiles or something, and that gives you a small opening to do what? Probably to rush some people over here and to have some people try to hold them off from here, I guess. It's not a very fast, fluid map at all, and taking control of it is usually just a matter of, like, who feeds first. So, with Mahi Mahi, the way you have to play it is by just sitting all the way back here, painting the very limited turf you have for special, and then using those specials and praying you get something from them that gives you an advantage that you can use to outweigh the disadvantage of everything I've just outlined. So, yeah, it's largely a map design problem. If the maps are better, then these two weapons are not as disgusting as they are right now. These two weapons are probably pretty well balanced, actually, if we get maps more like, you know, the Reef from Splatoon 2, where you have so many different flank routes to come in from. More maps, even like Museum. Like, Museum doesn't even have a lot of cover, but at least you have a plat that you can use as a staging ground to push in from. A plat that actually looks out over the middle of the map and gives you information. So, yeah, in like nerfing these weapons, nerfing these weapons, I don't even want the weapons touched. I want maybe a little bit of like an ink consumption nerf or something for the machine if you know it's still too overpowering, but because that is a really insanely good kit for it. But more than anything, I think what needs to happen is we need new maps that fix this problem, and the old maps need to be reworked. Otherwise, like, why did they change anything about Mahi Mahi? Why did they change anything about Hammerhead Bridge? Because the stages that we have are so much worse for the game than their Splatoon 1 counterparts were in those redesigns. So, ugh. Anyway, splatter shot. So, one of the biggest reasons that you have a splatter shot is Trizuka. That's not the only big reason, but Trizuka is a big one, because one of the answers to how do you deal with an E-liter is Trizuka. It doesn't quite have E-liter range, but it is very close, and this is a weapon that's already going to be trying to, like, shark anyway, so having a weapon that's very maneuverable, that can sneak into places, that can get into a position that the E-liter isn't expecting, pop up, delete it with the Zuka, and then, like, swim away or something, or try and get more picks, or stay in and just keep pressing the advantage once your Zuka shots are fired. That's a really big deal for being able to get rid of that map control that the E-liter is able to exert. It's also obviously very good against other backline weapons. I'm just picking on the E-liter because it's the one that's so domineering right now. But this is also a fabulous answer to an Explo, which is the other top-tier anchor weapon right now, in my opinion. So that is a huge part of why you run that. Another part of why you run it, though, is just that it's a short-range shooter, and those have always been one of the best weapon classes in Splatoon. Short-range shooters are more maneuverable. They have very high DPS generally. You're not punished as hard for missing a single shot, and so even if, you know, you don't have perfect aim, you still get multiple opportunities, and generally, you know, people who play those are going to get their aim on pretty quickly. So unlike, you know, a Charger or an H3 or something, if you miss a shot with those weapons, you need to, like, run away or, like, reposition, or you might just be dead. Whereas if you miss a shot with a splatter shot, you've got another one coming out in, like, 6 frames. So it's not a big problem at all. So this weapon is really good. It also has suction bombs, so running LDE on it and using suction bomb spam is an option. This kit can play a lot like the Kensa Splatter Shot did in Splatoon 2 as a sort of supportive bomb spammer. You use your special and then you go in weapon, where it can flip the switch from supportive to attacking. And Trizuka isn't exactly the most supportive special, quote-unquote, but it's going to play sort of like a support to farm it and use that utility of being able to delete something at very long ranges on a special timer to give the team advantages that it needs to be able to move in. So very, very strong weapon. Anyone who wants to play like a frontline weapon, this is the first one that I've been recommending for that reason. But there are also some other good options. The Splash is a really interesting case. Splash was being rated very mediocre, I think, early on in the game. I think mostly because people didn't understand the power of Crab. But Crab is a really, really powerful special when it's set up in a position where it can use it safely. And as people have been using it and setting up with it and learning how to keep themselves alive in it, that firepower you get from the rapid fire shots is insane. And the paint is insane. If a Crab sets up and you don't have a flank on it, you just have to move. There aren't a lot of weapons that have a way to deal with a Crab head on. And sure, they can kind of run out of the way, but that just means that it's now displacing you, and that's still an advantage that it's gained. We just saw, in that Rainmaker match on Hagglefish, they were running double Crab, and they would put a Crab on either side so that we were running into that kind of overwhelming firepower on either side, and that worked pretty well. So I am actually bumping this up into the X tier from S+. I think that the main weapon and sub combination that it had in Splatoon 2 is just as powerful as it ever was. The Splash is a slightly shorter ranged weapon than the splatter shots, so it's not quite as good for slaying it quickly, but it is lightweight, which makes it more maneuverable and gives it more of an opportunity to hit the shots that it needs. It has a burst bomb that it can use to poke at long range, which the splatter shot can throw a suction bomb, but that's not going to have as immediate an impact on someone's positioning, and it's also not going to help it fish for kills on wounded enemies like the Splash will. The Splash is one of the better Ninja Squid users in the game because it's a lightweight weapon, and therefore it needs less swim speed to counteract it. And in a game where Ninja Squid is really valued because of things like E-Leader, and the sightline issue that we talked about earlier, I think that this weapon is actually a tier up from where I probably would have put it even a few days ago. So these are the next weapons which, every single one of these, I had to think long and hard about whether I wanted to put it in X. All of these weapons are really, really, really good. And if you are playing them, if you are solo maining them, you are still fine. I think that these weapons are the ones that are setting the meta, and then these weapons are maybe doing more responding to it in a successful way. These weapons are powerful enough that you need to have an answer for them in tournaments, and that these are just weapons that happen to have good answers to these ones, I think is the way that I would put it. So let's talk about these ones. So I'm sure, on someone else's tier list, any of these could probably be up a level. But Junior is the best bubble farmer right now, and bubble is a very, very useful support special. In tower control and splat zones, I've seen it being called, the meta. On tower control, you put a bubble on the tower, and you just kind of get 20 free tower points a lot of the time. As long as you're not just, running into a disadvantaged state like I did when I was playing Blaster and I just stood on tower on Undertow for some reason. My brain was screaming at me not to be doing that, but I just kind of committed to it anyway, Anyway. As long as you've got a successful push going on, the bubble is just going to add points to that push by itself. Because as soon as somebody starts shooting at the bubble, now you know where they are, and you're going to be suppressing that with things like bombs, things with E-Leader shots. It's really dangerous to have your position known for too long. And so with the bubbler, you have to maintain sustained fire on it. And there are a couple of answers to it. You could throw a Booyah Bomb at it, and you could Crab Tank to shred it really quickly. E-Leader probably snipes that thing pretty fast, but other than those things, just about any other option that I can think of is going to get shut down decently hard by a big bubbler. So Junior being in position to farm those things gives it a really, really good supportive niche. One of the things that I think keeps this from being any higher is that you get a lot less utility out of the bubbler in Rainmaker and, to a lesser extent, Clan Blitz. I think, in zones and TC, X tier weapon. But because it doesn't have quite as much of a range there, you saw X-Ray. X-Ray plays a lot of Junior, but you saw him switching on to the Splash a lot instead while we were playing, just because that was the better supportive weapon for him to be running at that point. So that's where I'm at with Junior. 52 is, if you want a short-range shooter that's not a splatter shot, that you're getting primarily for kills, it's a 52 gal. 52 is the hold forward, get kills weapon. And in that role, it is, pretty unmatched. It's still the Kensa 52 sort of kit from Splatoon 2. It's still one of the most powerful frontline weapons in the game. It is able to both slay and skirmish at the same time, like just about equally well. It's very good at doing both of those things because it has its splash wall. So it can put the splash wall up, and if you get distracted by the splash wall or something and start shooting at it, well, it can swim right up to the splash wall, and it has very long-range shots for its kill time, and it only needs to two-shot you. It's just very difficult to fight head-on. It can just kind of take space however it wants to, and move up very quickly. We saw Dude having a lot of success on this, running a bunch of move speed gear and just flanking constantly. He would just go in by himself on flank routes, arrive there before people were expecting, and get kills. I think that this is still, if you one-trick this weapon, you can play it basically anywhere. The big reason that I've dropped it down from X to S plus is just that it doesn't get a special that is as impactful as any of these up here. Well, except for Wavebreaker. I think it's just fine compared to Wavebreaker. But Booyah Bomb, it's not Booyah Bomb, it's not Missiles, it's not Ink Zuka, it's not Crab. I think those are the most important specials in the game right now, and Killer Whale is basically just a tool for it to either gather information or maybe help it with getting one more pick. And getting one more pick rather than displacing the most important player on the map like you can do with any of these other specials is a little bit more underwhelming. So whenever you pick this, you're depending on the player who picks it to use its fighting power to be able to push into the enemy team. And that's something that's, it's kind of the Tetris problem where, all right, well, what if that player's having a bad day? They're not going to get a lot of reliable picks or anything like that. You're depending on the player to mechanically execute rather than on the weapon to execute for them to an extent, like you can with the other specials. So, okay. Squeezer is your alternative Trizuka choice. I think the only other thing that has it is Clash Blaster, LOL. Am I missing one? I don't think I'm missing one, but let me double check there. I'm looking at the game right here. Might as well switch over, I suppose. It's special we want. Yeah. Hero Shot is a low tier, by the way. Splatter Shot is where you want to be. It's just straight up outclasses it. Anyway, and we're back down again. There we go. So, yeah, Clash Blaster. We won't be talking about the Clash Blaster for a while on this tier list, so... yeah, Squeezer is, you want to try Zuka, but you don't want it on a short-range shooter, basically. And one of the big things about the Squeezer that I don't like is that it's got a splash wall. I don't think it needs that splash wall, because the whole thing about the Squeezer is that it's able to use its range. It's able to be at a safe distance rather than having to have the wall up in front of it to keep it safe. So I think it's a lot less useful to have. It's still useful for supporting the rest of your team, and it's it's not the worst thing it could have. It can still use it, but it could get more use, I think, out of having something like a bomb. So I think it's definitely a much weaker kit than the foil Squeezer from Splatoon 2, which was pretty overpowering in some circumstances, but the main weapon is still obscenely good. The tap shots on it, for those who don't know, do significantly more damage and have significantly more range and are very accurate. So tap, 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 like as fast as you can mash on the ZR button, that will give you a 3-shot kill that's almost as fast as a splatter shots from like twice the range. I don't think that's even that much of an exaggeration. It is very, very long range for what it can do. And even in Splatoon 2, this was actually one of the better answers to an E-liter. Like, you could sneak up on an E-liter, get close enough to it by sharking, and then just pop out of the ink from like some mid-distance away and tap it down as if you're right up next to it with a shorter ranged weapon. So definitely a very solid choice. I think the splatter shot, you know, in a vacuum where you can just pick whichever weapons you want, you probably pick the splatter shot over it. But if you have someone who plays like a long-range shooter, this is the weapon you probably want them playing. Because the others are a little bit more underwhelming right now, need better kits to be able to compete. Okay. Explo is one of the... I'm going to put this up above Flingsy here. Explo is one of the darlings of Splatoon 3 here. A big rise for it from Splatoon 2. It's one of the backline weapons that doesn't need to contest the E-liter at line of sight. It can hit up over the top of cover. And there's so little cover in this game already that it's really great for flushing frontliners out from behind cover that they're trying to hide in. It's given point sensor and rain, which in Splatoon 2 would be kind of a death sentence for most weapons, because rain takes longer to farm because it you don't get to start farming it as soon as you throw it. You need to wait for it to be complete before you can farm it again. So that made it really difficult to spam. And point sensor doesn't do any damage. And it's like, why would you want this instead of a bomb? Well, Explosher is probably the best user of point sensor in the game, because when you hit someone with that, it lets you see where they are behind cover and lets you find your shots behind that wall. It makes it so that all those ninja squidding players, they don't get to not get hit just for going into squid form, because it allows you to see them. You were seeing, you know, on the tournament stream, just how much of a problem I was having dealing with point sensors, because I was getting hit by them from the Nautilus here. I was getting hit by them from Explos. It was just really difficult for me to move anywhere because they always saw me, and there are only so many places that I can go to. So anywhere I was trying to go to, I was just getting pre-fired. On another map, like the Reef, point sensor is much weaker because point sensor can only shut down so much. And if someone gets spotted, they have room to back up. They have alternate routes to take that take them out of your sight. But on Mahi Mahi, the only way you're getting anything done is with stealth or overwhelming firepower. So Explo, very, very good in the current state of the game. Flings-a-Roller. Flings-a-Roller is a great source of missiles. It is probably the best missiles weapon in the game. There are some people who are starting to push GooTuber, it seems like. After my video that I made about top players running it, Chara had a video that I haven't had a chance to see yet about how it's getting run in Area Cup, which is wild. But clearly people are seeing potential in it. And so GooTuber is one to watch in the near future. But for the time being, Flingza is probably the best missiles weapon in the game. It is really, really consistent at painting for them. It paints a lot. It's able to hold down an area in front of it very consistently, as long as it's got a nice corridor it can work with. It's really difficult to approach it. You just kind of have to get at it from other directions. And the thing that I really like about it is that, just like with the Kensa splatter shot from Splatoon 2, once you pop your missiles, you actually have the tools to go more aggressive with it if you want to. The horizontal flick still has, you know, the fast speed that the Splat Rollers has. You can basically play it like a Splat Roller in situations where you need it to frontline, but most of the time it's going to get more for the team out of just farming for its special and getting missiles out as fast as it possibly can. So it's going to spend most of its time doing that. Still, you love a support weapon that isn't just a support weapon. You know, if all we cared about was how much you painted, everyone would be running Reflux for missiles. But Reflux has a much harder time fighting than the Flingza does. It's a lot less consistent and reliable. The hitboxes are tricky to line up. It's a lot more difficult to aim. The one-shot is very rare to see. So with the Flingza, it's like, I swing, I thwack, I win. Much simpler, much easier to implement. Okay. So that's these are the weapons that I would consider to be at the forefront of the meta right now. And I'm looking to see if there's anything else that I missed for like the 5th time here. But that's, I think, where I am at with it. So I'm going to go really quickly and look through the questions, if there have been any recently, before I move on. What would be the best special of the 52 gal? Honestly, missiles are Booyah Bomb. I think Booyah Bomb is probably the best you could have given it, just because it wants the survivability. Hold on. I've got something that I need to do here. Oops, not that one. That one's okay. This one is the one where I want to change the color. Oh! How pleasant of them. They've actually removed the Hero Shot replica from the list, so I don't even have to rate it. It would be down in Never tier, though. Okay. What about Aerospray? Well, we've got a lot of other weapons to get to, and Aerospray is not anywhere near this this area right here. I'll tell you that much. But I'm going to go through roughly in order. Would be the Kraken. Oh my god, please don't bring Kraken back. Okay. So, next what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill in the S tier here. Generally, and I should actually... Okay. I'm going to name these tiers... Okay, so the top tier here is meta-defining. These are the weapons that the meta is based on answering these, because these are so strong that everyone is going to be trying to run them, and everyone's going to need an answer to them in tournaments. And so what answers are they going to be finding? Some of the answers that are really good that they're going to find for that are going to come from here. Okay. So the next tier down is going to be like, these are weapons where if you play these, you're still fine. It's just that it's a little bit harder to build a comp around these weapons and still cover all of your bases. It's something where, like, there might be an option that in a vacuum is better, and you're picking this not because your weapon is, like, massively better than another option, just that it's what you know how to play, and it's what you individually will be better on. So this sort of tier is, like, where I would have put the Tentatek Splatter Shot for most of Splatoon 2. The Tentatek was not meta for most of that game's lifespan, but it was good enough that it was an answer that you could go to. And so I played it for the whole way through because it was just consistent. It worked. Like, you have to consider that when you're maining a weapon, you're you're committing a lot of resources to learning that weapon, and if you don't, if you like don't really specialize on that one thing, you're gonna have a hard time learning as well as you could if you were one tricking something. So let's see. What else goes here? This is the one with Tri-Strike. I think this is a little underrated. I'm probably going to put this here. I'll have to think about this guy. Nah. We'll drop that for a second. This is where it's starting to get hard. Yeah, I think this is the way that I'm going to do it. These are all pretty close to each other, everything that's here. But I think it's here that I'm going to do this and this. Do I want to put that up that high? Yeah, I want to put that up that high. Oh, I haven't put the charger anywhere, have I? Probably going to go there. This one is going to be a point of contention. There's a lot that I'm putting down on the board right here, so I'm having to do a lot of thinking, so apologies for... taking so long to get to the talking part. I just want to make sure that I'm representing everything here fairly. I might put them out here first, and then talk about them after. I'm going to do this and this. Oops, that, can I undo that? Oh dear. We're gonna have to fix that real quick. Oh my god, everything's a mess. I'm so sorry. And this color is wrong. Oh my god, I'm getting the colors wrong. Okay. So I've got my tiers. Now, let's see. Yeah, and I think at this point I'll just place everything and then go back and talk about it. Where do I want to go with this? I have seen like so few Dynamo players. It's really hard to make a judgment on this one in particular. Goes there. This will go here. Is that everything? Oh no, that's not quite everything. I think we've got ourselves a list. So now we've got it reoriented so you can actually see the X rank. So we've talked about these guys, and now we just got to talk about everything else. Easy, right? All right. So, YouTuber is the big question mark right now for me in this tier. YouTuber is doing a lot of things in high-level play that I was not expecting it would be doing. And I'm putting it here saying not best answers to meta because my current understanding is that you would prefer a Flingza over it. But if that ends up not being the case, this could easily move up one. I still need to watch that video of Chara's. I still need to watch Area Cup. And maybe that would change my opinion. You know, opinions are always changing. New information is always coming available. There's never a perfect time to make a tier list, but this one I could see moving up a tier if it's as strong as it seems like it's being, if it's not just hype. Slosher, literally the only bad thing about this weapon is that Sloshing Machine is slightly better than it. It's, you know, it's got a really, really good hitbox that's good for flushing people out from behind cover. This thing does too, but it's not as big a hitbox. It's got arguably one of the best specials in the game for displacement. This one, if it is better, it's got a much, much higher skill floor that you need to hit before you can make it worth anything to you, because it's so hard to aim, and it's a lot smaller. So the displacement that you're getting from it is definitely more specialized. You need to be really careful about how you're using that, more surgical. So this is a weapon that could move up higher, potentially, because there's not that much that's difference between it and the Slosher, but right now, everyone's just picking machine. Sorry, not that difference between it and the machine, but right now everyone's just picking machine instead. And so right now it's feeling like the vibe is that this is outclassed a little bit. But by outclassed, we mean it's slightly worse than the best weapon in the entire game. It is still insanely, insanely strong. And really, like, putting it, you know, a tier higher would not be the worst thing. If the sloshing machine were not in the game, I would definitely put it at least a tier higher, although the meta would definitely be different and maybe things would be shifted around more, but it just seems right now like it's taking a very, very close second place, and as such, you're never going to run like both a slosher and a machine, right? You probably don't want to run two of either of those things. So you're on a team comp, you're making a decision, do I want a slosher, do I want a machine? You're probably going to go with the machine. And so it's strong, but it's probably not the best answer that you've got, and that's what lands it here. Range Blaster is just a really solid kit overall. It's about as much as the Range Blaster can ask for, except for a Burst Bomb. You know, Wave Breaker is a really solid special for starting fights. It's a weapon that can push up close enough to actually land a Wave Breaker, as opposed to some of these other weapons that just, like, never get to put it down because they're too far away from anywhere that it would be useful to put it down. Like, look at what other weapons have this special. You've got E-Leaders, you've got Heavies. Neither of those two weapons are ever going to get that much value out of a Wave Breaker because they just don't get close enough to the enemy team. Like, they're taking a huge risk putting it down in any area where you're expecting people are going to be. So the best use is, like, maybe flushing people out from behind cover or something. But, like, the Heavy is going to control most of the space that its Wave Breaker is going to control. And the E-Leader is going to control well past where the Wave Breaker is going to control. The range and the dually squelchers, I feel like they can actually make much better use of that special than those weapons can. So I think that that's pretty nice for it. The big thing that I think is holding this weapon back right now is Aigr'Ink, because I think Aigr'Ink is one of the... It's a special that at first seemed top tier, but then we started learning how to counter it. Then we learned that, like, there's lag time between when it charges a shot and when it can fire that shot, and it can get just killed by someone in between that. Then we learned that if you're gonna, you know, stick to that plan, you might as well just shoot into the Aigr'Ink to get to the point where it has to fire its shot faster. And also, if you Aigr'Ink against a short-range shooter, it's just going to get behind you and shoot you in the back because you can't turn fast enough. It's very, very slow. It also is something that takes your main weapon out of the play for a really long time. So I don't think that Aigr'Ink is as powerful as I thought it was on launch. I think there are definitely some major weaknesses to it, and that drops this down a lot for me. Same exact deal with the Splat Charger. The other thing about the Splat Charger, though, is that it's lower range than the E-Leader is. So the E-Leader basically beats it at its own game, which is owning a lot of the map. It's really nice that it has a bomb, but I think despite the fact that the E-Leader can't use its Wave Breaker super well, the Charger is even less... it's going to be even less useful with its Aigr'Ink because that has to get even closer to the enemy team, and it also takes your Charger off of the map while you're using it. The Wave Breaker, at least what the E-Leader can do is sneak in somewhere, throw it, and then hightail it out of there and get back to its happy E-Leader place and have a special out on the map. With the Charger, it needs to get up close, pop its special, and stay there while the special is out. And during all of that time, you don't have a laser on the map. So that's why E-Leader is outclassing it right now. There are definitely some maps where you don't need the extra range that the E-Leader has, in which case the Charger is something to consider. And we're seeing it being used even at top level with players like .Q favoring it a lot of the time. We've seen Ice use it. So it's definitely an alternative to consider. And realistically speaking, what's going to happen is if you are a Charger player, you're going to decide whether you want to play E-Leader or Charger depending on the map mode. So really, like, they're kind of interchangeable, and you might as well consider them one weapon in some ways, to just, like, you're thinking about which one you would prefer. But I think more of the time you're going to prefer the E-Leader, and when you have the E-Leader, it's going to have a more disproportionate impact on the map. So that's why that's where they are. This really makes it look weird on a tier list, but, like, this weapon is absolutely seeing top-level play. 96 is one that I'm going to drop down a tier, actually, because that is a lot higher than I was expecting to run into it at. Dually Squelchers. Dually Squelchers are definitely the best dualies right now. And they're still perfectly capable of doing everything that they were capable of doing in Splatoon 2. There were definitely periods of time where the custom dually squelchers were a meta weapon. There was even a short period of time where the vanilla dually squelchers in Splatoon 2 were a meta weapon. They are the best kiting weapon in the game. They get you to think that you can engage on them and then back up while still shooting at you, and you can't approach them, and you just get shot as you try to run at them. Very, very powerful strategy against any weapon that it outranges, which is a lot of them. It almost has the same range as a jet squelcher. It's, in competition with anything that's not an anchor weapon for really, really long range. So it's a really, really powerful weapon in that regard. It doesn't have the fastest kill time. And one of the issues right now, I think, with it is that it's not got the space in a lot of maps to play its playstyle as well as it would like to. You put one of these things on Mahi Mahi, where does it dodge roll to? It's behind the one piece of cover that works. So, like, where else does it go? So, it's like doing fine, and if you're a Dually Squelchers main, you're not going to have too many problems. Its special is Wavebreaker, which is good but not game-changing. It's not going to, define the meta the way that like a Booyah Bomb or Tenta Missiles or something else will. But it's still solid, and it lets it really control the area that it already controls much, much more powerfully. Because it forces the opponents to not only try and chase it down, but also jump over stuff while they chase it down. So, great weapon, just like not the best weapon. Nautilus, this might be a little high for it, but I'm going to put it here because I think that if you're trying to run like a medalist comp, this is something that would be great to use as an anchor. I think the Rapid Pro here and the Nautilus are like, if you're trying to still run anchorless, those are probably the weapons that you're using as your pseudo anchor to back the rest of the team up with. It's a much more supportive weapon, unfortunately, with its kit right now. It needs something more aggressive to really get up into this area where the main weapon belongs. Because, like, you give it the same kit that it had in Splatoon 2 with its Suction Bomb and Inkjet, and this is immediately up here because it's a weapon that is really, really dangerous as a Slayer and has an answer, if albeit not the best one, to Eliters with the Inkjet. So I think that we have not by any means seen the end of the Nautilus. It's just saddled with a kit that isn't the best idea for it, and it'll be much stronger in future with different kits. Ink Brush is, I think, definitely usable. It does brush things like it always has, and its kit synergizes with doing brush things as well as any kit ever has for the brush. I think this is a really well-designed kit, and it gives it a good niche, but it's also not the first thing I'm thinking to build a comp around because it's not going to provide like an output of a special that is going to be as game-changing as any of these will. Same kind of reason that I put 52 down here. This one's down here primarily because it's not getting something higher value like missiles or a Booyah Bomb. The Killer Whale will help it win a fight here or there. And, that's great, but with a special, that's not necessarily going to win you a team fight in the way that missiles or a Booyah Bomb can. So, a little bit lower impact there, and you're relying more on the main weapon to do more work, which is, again, like what we talked about with the 52 gal, but it's a little bit weaker of a weapon than the 52 gal combined with the wall is. It can't take fights quite as well. It needs to skirmish. It needs to get the opponents to pay attention to it. And I think at higher levels of skill, it's very difficult for a brush to do things because it can kind of just get shut down if it gets even the slightest bit too aggressive, especially with so few flank routes on the map. Give this weapon more flank routes, it could move up a little bit maybe. But right now, with the choke points the way they are, It kind of just has to be a gesture in the corner, and sometimes you can just ignore it. Okay. Usable, but probably outclassed. These are weapons where, like, it's like if you want to use them, you can make this work, but you're going to need to build your comp around it, around making it work. It's a little bit more of a selfish choice on a comp, because as soon as you pick any one of these things, now the rest of your teammates have to compensate for what your weapon doesn't have. And that's something that, I've been running into a lot on my teams that I've been playing with, my pickups and stuff, is that I love running Blaster and want to run more Blaster. But it seems like every time I try to pick Blaster, everyone's like, oh, okay, wait, we've got a Blaster now. So we need more paint, and we can't run our junior player that we were planning on running, which means we're going to get fewer bubbles. And, like, so the weapon itself in a vacuum is fine. The problem is often more the impact that it's going to have on the rest of the team in shoring up for its weaknesses, because it definitely has weaknesses, and the team needs to know how to play around those in order to be impactful. So we'll start with the Hydra. The Hydra is an absolute massive machine of a weapon, and it also has these really nasty downsides to it. It's very polarized. On one hand, when this weapon has charge, it can win a 1v3 against the enemy team, straight up. Like, if they don't play around it very carefully, it's not like an E-liter where one of them is going to die, all of them are going to die, because this thing has so much DPS, and that charge lasts for so long if it's charged up. And it has almost the same range as the E-liter. So, in certain situations, the Hydra beats everything in the game. The problem is you have to set those situations up, and doing so is a huge pain in the butt. This thing is so slow moving, because it's a heavyweight weapon. It's also very slow to be able to start firing, so there are very few positions it's able to take where it will be in range, but also will not get aggressed on before it can start firing and be forced to move. It's also countered really hard by some of the best and most sought-after specials in the game right now, namely Booyah Bomb and Missiles, and to an extent Zuka. Any of those things come up against a Hydra, and they just bully it so that it can never have the impact that it is capable of having on the match. So as soon as like a Hydra does anything, it's probably going to be getting a triple kill. But it's going to get those so infrequently and so unreliably that you probably can't depend on it in the same way that you can depend on an E-liter or an Explo to have an impact. Another problem the Explo faces that the Hydra faces is the Explo. The Explo is actually a pretty good counter to this weapon because, like the E-liter, the Hydra is a line of sight weapon. It needs to be able to see things to hit them, and the Explosher doesn't need to see things to hit them. Whenever I was playing with Devi, the weapons that she would complain about the most by far, and the ones she would draw our attention to when they were on the enemy comp is, oh, they have a slosher, oh, they have a blaster, weapons that hit up over ledges. And the Explo can do exactly that to force the Hydra to lose its charge in order to survive that encounter and get away. And the fact that, it has that concrete and solid a counter, just throw things at it, make it move, throw bombs, use specials on it, things like that. That makes it more counterable than something like the E-liter or the Explo are. So that's why I put it down here. I think Splatlings are generally not in a great place right now because of the relative strength of E-liter and the relative strength of Explo. And that's why all of them end up in this tier. The Hydra, the Ballpoint, and the Heavy are all solid choices for Splatling players. Like, if, the maps ever change, if this factor of the game that these wide open sight lines are a little bit more closed off or there are more flank options, I think Splatlings have a pretty solid set of kits, honestly, between these three. And they're not exactly hurting for good kits. Hydra is probably the strongest of the three right now, but all three are usable, and depending on what you want, you could definitely just rotate between them. But I think they're really held down right now by the state of the meta. So Ballpoint is a really odd one because its kit really doesn't seem to synergize well with it, but actually Inkjet's not the worst for it at all. Anytime that it wants to go aggressive, it actually can. Its mini shots make it a little bit easier to walk forward with this thing and play it more midline-ish. And if you do get it up in a really aggressive position, that Inkjet can actually be a really good counter to an enemy backline player that's not ready for it. So we saw that used a little bit, the vanilla ballpoint kit in Splatoon 2 towards the end of the game as a counter to ray spam weapons, because you would just use the Inkjet to take out the ray player instead of trying to ray it back yourself. So it's a little bit niche, it's a little bit weird, but the ballpoint is such a strong main weapon that it doesn't really matter that much if it's got weird stuff for it. The fizzies are also a little bit annoying with it because you have to choose between using the main weapon or using the fizzy bombs. You really can't go back and forth between both cleanly, because the main weapon, you need to be continually resetting your charge on it. And so you're never really going to be wanting to hold down R and mash the buttons and like move around with the thing to get your soda can exploding. Tri-Stringer is one of the biggest surprises, I think, of the game for me individually. I thought this thing was trash when it first debuted, but the way that people started using it was completely different than I was expecting them to. I was thinking this was going to be a charger. This is not a charger. If you want a charger, you run this or you run this. This is more of like a Rapid Blaster Explo kind of deal. You use the arrow's explosions on the ground to deal chip damage with this thing. You just aim around your opponent and deny them space. I think there are better options for that. I think the Rapid is a better option. I think the Sloshing Machine is a better option. I think the Explo is a better option for that kind of play style, which is why I put it down here. But it's definitely something that can work at denying the opponent's space and dealing chip damage to them for staying in those spaces. I think its charge time is too slow to compete with all those other weapons, and it's still, really lacking in the ability to splat someone quickly, which can be important sometimes, especially if you're getting rushed. If this weapon gets rushed, it's in a lot of trouble. But as long as it stays back and plays relatively safe, it can still have a pretty decent impact as such. Let's rearrange things a little bit here, because I do actually have an order for this. And that's probably good. Okay. Okay. Tetras. Tetras are, when played well, they're up here-ish. The problem is, in order to be played well, your team needs someone to paint for them. Your team needs someone to go in with them. Your team needs to, watch everything that they're doing and play off everything they're doing. And it's one of the most selfish weapons in the entire game. It's very, very dependent on its team to follow up in exactly the way that it needs. It probably needs something like a junior, just like full-time painting for it. But if the Tetradualies are unlocked and the player is one-tricking them, is just mechanically a god, these weapons seem unkillable sometimes. The ability of these weapons to create advantageous fights for them is second to almost none. It's very, very difficult to fight them when they're playing well. And they're going to run like quick respawn and just go in and feed and not care as much about dying. So they're going to take more fights, and they're going to be really aggressive. They're going to be a pain in the butt. They're going to push your team back. And their player is also going to get better at fighting because they're going to be fighting so often. So very, very hard weapon to contest. Now, there are some counters to this thing. One of them is paint, like we talked about. Another one is, if you're able to abuse its kill time, this thing actually is relatively slow. Like, as a splatter shot, my goal when I'm fighting Tetras is literally get on top of them, out DPS them. I do not care that much about them, dodge rolling around, as long as I'm still in range to hit them. They really have to use the range for that. I have been messaged just now that we need to do tiebreakers for our tournament match. So I'm going to jump back into that voice chat here. Hey there, X-Ray. Are our players back? Do we have people that we can grab for this? All right, looks like he's maybe away from the computer or something.
Yo.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Yeah, I literally just got pinged for this. I'm trying to see how long we have. They just told me like we just need to do them. I messaged Babs.
Oh,
and
it's a three-way tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
I was
put
gonna
in the
say, because like Aigr'Ink, we beat. So if it was just us
Yeah,
tying
it
with
was-
them, that should go to us. But with
Yeah,
a
we beat
three-way
Aigr'Ink,
tie,
DK beat us, and then Aigr'Ink beat DK.
Aigr'Ink
So, like,
beat
we got-
DK.
Yeah,
That's-
so we have this whole triangle strategy RPS going on.
Oh my god, that's annoying. Okay,
Um,
so trying to get our players back.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out when they want us to do it. Because I think one of them was pinging for it.
Okay.
But we do have Hecka lined up, but I'd be pretty short noticed.
Got it.
I could try to get a hold of them.
Well, I'm ready, and I'm here. So whenever the match is ready to get going, we just
I
need
didn't
to
want
get
to
our
interrupt what you
players
got
back.
going on, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I will. I won't deafen, but I will mute, and I'll keep going with the tier list until we can find our people.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay. That's that's annoying. Okay. We're in group R, not group U. Okay. The other thing about Tetris, though, that I think really sinks them a little bit lower is that I said they were selfish, and that's not just because they need paint and support. They also don't bring much to the table in the way of their special. Their special doesn't. It's at most going to like maybe keep them alive or help them engage once. And the best case scenario is that you use it into a group of enemy players that don't have anywhere to go, and you get a pick or two from it, which is nice. It's better than Splashdown by a lot. But one of the problems with Reef Slider is that as soon as you use it, if you end it in line of sight of an E-leader, they can just snipe you before you can do anything about it, and it's frighteningly easy for them to do. So they are held back a lot in their ability to use that special by what is in the metagame right now. Their Autobomb is actually phenomenal for it because it lets them scout. It lets them know exactly where enemy players are before they have to engage them. And that's the same kind of deal for the Blaster. Blaster loves its Autobomb because it wants to know what's going on around it so that it knows what to shoot at. But yeah, the special, it's not doing an awful lot for the rest of the team. And so as soon as you run into something like missiles, where it's helping you win your fight and also helping the rest of the team by suppressing the backliner, the Reef Slider is just completely outclassed. And so you're running this for the main weapon, for the ability of your one player who plays Tetris to be able to absolutely pop off with it and get a whole bunch of kills, because that's the only value that you're going to get out of this weapon on a team comp. And so despite the fact that it can be more powerful, few teams are willing to run it because it would take so much away from the rest of the team. So that's a really complicated case, and it's been like that since Splatoon 2. That's just kind of how that weapon has always been. Okay, Blaster. Same kinds of issues as the Tetradualies. It's not quite as good of a main weapon, but it's close, and it has a better special for supporting the team. Granted, it's usually going to use it more selfishly, and it has the Autobomb. And its big issue is just that it does not paint to save its life, and also that its Big Bubbler is much more difficult to use in the way that you want to use it, like a junior would use it. Its Big Bubbler is often used more to save itself. It's often used if you're on a push, if you're on a flank, and things are starting to get hairy, they're starting to close in on you. Popping the Big Bubbler can kind of turn that around, force the enemy team to move back, and give your team a little more space to work with. But it's not the optimal use for playing the objective of the Big Bubbler. So that's far from ideal that you're kind of, again, playing a relatively selfish weapon. And it can slay, it can pop off, it can be, getting multi-kills and getting value that way. but weapons that have to get kills with the main weapon, with a player's mechanical skill, those are a little bit on the weaker side than weapons that kind of do a lot of the work for you. Squiffer is higher than I think a lot of people would place it, but I think it still has pretty much the same niche that it had in Splatoon 2, which was on a lot of maps, like, it's kind of nice to have this midline weapon that can just really quickly one-shot. What's up?
We are gonna go ahead and bring in Aplo for this.
Sick.
Yeah, they kind of want to be quick with it, so if we could possibly snap into that.
Sure thing. Like, you want me to make a lobby, or do they have a lobby made?
I'm talking to the TOs right now. I'm letting them know that we're ready.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out who we're going against and what I need to do on my end. Because I don't know. I doubt we're doing this on Battlefy because like brackets are done for the day. But
Okay. We got Bab back. And there's Aplo.
What the
Alrighty.
heck?
yeah.
Time to be a warm body.
Welcome to Squid School, Aplo. This is Aplo, everybody. Aplo is a former teammate of mine, and
I'm
they're
a
sick.
gamer.
Most based of them all.
Not gonna lie.
That's just kind of funny because Reborn was like, Apple, you got a sub for whoever, and now I'm subbing for Reborn, technically.
Aplo, what do you play now in Splatoon
Charger.
3? Charger? Okay. Sick.
I can play Stringer or X-Splasher if you want some crazy.
Charger is-
Splatlings are
Charger is
spicy.
yummy. I like Charger.
I'm throwing. I'm playing Stamper.
W!
I know, right?
Okay, I'm gonna try to.
What's happening?
They have a room up. I'm gonna try to get my friend code out to them because I think they had Reborn added from before. But should be no problem.
I had a.
We're gonna be
mhm.
we're gonna be
Go ahead.
using the maps from that round.
Who are we fighting?
We're fighting Donkey Kong,
Thank you, King.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember who's on that too.
We
We ran into a situation like this in a melee tournament once, where it was a 3-way tie. They played the tiebreaker, and the matches went exactly the same way they did in tournament. And after like 25 minutes of trying to break the tie, they just ended up settling it with rock paper scissors.
Oh yeah, that's classic.
So my friend made it out
Real
of
quick, I'm
pools.
gonna run to the restroom real quick, and then I'll let y'all know when the lobby's up.
So my friend made it out of pools with a clutch rock paper scissors play.
If only Table Turf had PvP, you could settle tiebreakers. Table Turf 1v1.
That'd be kind of hype.
Captain versus captain.
Oh man. Send out your champion. Oh, that's true. Table turf can tie.
Oh.
Play it again.
Imagine you've got just two people with exactly the same decks, and they're just going at it and tying over and over again. How wild would that be?
It's unlikely.
We need
Because specials and stuff.
So we
or
can
whatever.
make a meta, and everyone uses the exact same deck.
And so it's just a question of who gets better RNG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better drawing hand.
What's the point of being able to like? You can when you're organizing your deck, you can like switch the position of cards. What's the point of that? I don't understand. Because isn't it random?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
I
Organization.
think it's just for like you being able to see what you have and organize them in groupings that make sense to you.
Ah.
Okay, if y'all look at the VC chat that we were using for
If
map pools,
I could.
we're replaying round 2 maps.
Oh my god.
Round 2 maps.
You DM me.
So it's
What's the password?
I'm getting there.
So it's Rainmaker, Eeltail, Zones, Mincemeat, and TC Hagglefish. I just got a friend request. Is that one of them?
It might be one of them.
No, it's me.
Oh. Okay. But yeah, I
It
got
was
one
not
from
bad.
My alt.
Uh,
Ricardo.
okay. Let me see.
Able to get a sling from my arm to stabilize it. Okay, that's good.
They DM'd me. Oh.
This is
Okay.
a mess.
Okay. I'll DM Babs, and then I'll put
Thanks,
thing
King.
in the PC chat. That's the password right there. I'm gonna join you.
All right. Just hitting refresh and getting up our cow
Yeah, I just
friends.
joined. Were you able to see the password, Apollo?
The what?
The password for the PV?
No.
It's do you know how to check the
Oh yeah, I see it.
sectional? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm in there. Oh my god.
Thank you, cows.
Dude's team. Like,
Dude's team?
dude?
Yeah, big dude. He's on this team. This is his team.
Also,
Oh,
I just used
Akira
my-
Burr was actually one of the people who's in the lobby here. So that was
I
one
don't
of
see
them.
the room. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong. The wrong section.
We're getting there,
Get
we're
in
getting
here,
there.
they're gonna play the
Hold on.
3v4.
Hold on, I'm coming. I'm sorry. I was just really excited to play open.
that is a lie.
KO had a room open. I was about to join.
Ooh,
Can
ooh,
we
ooh.
lose this because I have a salmon run tournament? I want
It's
to
in,
play.
it's in an hour. We're fine. We'll live.
What am I playing? Just yell at me to play something. I don't give a shit.
Whatever you feel, honestly. I don't care. I just want to get this done.
What's the eel tail? That's the cringe map, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Like the pretty. I'll go with this one.
What does sub resistance do to a point sensor?
Oh,
I think it lowers the duration.
of tracking.
Yeah.
Probably not worth it.
But what else does
Yeah.
it do?
That's not worth. If it made it like stealth jump where you couldn't see it from a certain distance, that might be better, but yeah, I don't think that's
That'd be
that's useful.
wild.
Or just jump back to spawn.
Real?
That would be something that
never
would have an
see.
impact.
Okay.
Maybe point sensor
Bamboo.
would be still bad, but
We could probably just let them have it. They have all bombs.
oh, this comp's real funny.
One
She's
going
pushing
left.
in.
Oh, I'm down. Just do the pushing up the
One on her.
I'm chilling.
Oh. I'm dead.
Oh, I
Just
almost
flanking.
Dang, wow.
Stay alive. Specials. Bombs in front. We need to stop rain.
Okay.
Rush weak. Rush still at goal. They picked up. They picked up.
Nice. Brushes somewhere.
They're in the corner here. Got him.
Nice. Good one. Good.
Let me take this out of here.
Alright, you're not ready for this discussion.
Machine on me. For weak. Got him.
I'm gonna
Bamboo,
push up
top
the
mid.
bamboo.
Brush is rushing me. Oh, Brush. Okay, Brush is dead.
Dang, I don't know where the bamboo went.
Bottom. We can
Bamboo's
take
behind.
this quick.
Nice.
I'm gonna push
I have
forward onto
Ink
their
back.
spawn plat. Pushing now.
Okay.
We are top left. Without rain.
I'm being
For
whaled.
me.
Close, close, close. I'm gonna jump in, Apple, and you get back.
Okay.
Oh, I almost got him.
Ah, I'm
I
looking.
almost splatted the bamboo. Nice. They've got it on left. Don't let them get slip by.
Oh, the machine.
Got him. But
She's in mid.
Creed.
I'm in behind the machine.
They're on right, they're on right.
Machine down.
Nice.
Rush on me. Got another. One in mid, one in mid.
Bombing them. Probably break this.
One jumped somewhere. I need to help on left. I have the
Yeah,
pass
yeah.
already.
On my way.
Oh, top left.
I won.
Push down.
I want to take. Never mind. I was just.
Not one.
There's 3
I'm
down.
gonna pop.
It's
Just
just
keep
the
pressure.
machine. Machine at basket, or at bolt. They're going
Top
left
Top
route.
left.
I'm not really close to bubble. Gonna try to paint. I'm close to. I'm about half. I could bubble with bottom right for you though.
We might want to try and go right.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a blue.
But, yeah, but
Booyah got
I'm
me.
behind them. Not what you can do though.
Ah, get spotted out by auto bombs.
Got one. Okay.
Nice try. One in mid.
Brush is behind Rainmaker.
Brush
Brush
drop
up.
left. Got brush.
Dead.
Nice. Nice.
One,
Nice,
got one
that's
on
2
the
down.
machines.
Try and paint forward here.
Top left. Which one out of this ledge?
I think I'm gonna go right.
What is it? Left.
Zuke.
Got one.
Popping open.
Okay, I'm on.
Yeah, come over right. Come over right.
Good.
Yay!
Good stuff.
Okay.
Okay, defense
A
for
minute left.
15.
Careful. Let's not wait.
Alright. One machine's on right.
She's
One
going
coming
up.
over top left. They're booyahing with brush.
Can I get the machine?
Brush is on our
They're moving
spawn.
over left. They're moving over left. 3 left.
Just stay back and throw bombs.
She's
Brush is
weak on
right
left.
side.
Weak on left, weak on left.
Got one.
One
Brush
goal.
got me. Brush behind.
Nice.
Brush
me.
is on
They're
podium.
jumping to it. I think I got the jump. Yeah, they're down.
Bomb coming.
I'm taking this out of here.
Careful. Good.
Alright, good. Brush is still by our first check.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just throwing
There's two.
bombs. I'm half to booyah. Alright,
I'm
now.
gonna try and
Close to
rotate
back.
left
I got
somewhat.
one.
I'm gonna go behind Rainmaker.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. Fucking dead.
I got a booyah.
I have ink back. I'm
down to
sucking
booyah.
on. Ooh, crap.
2 coming in left.
Yep, another one.
And we'll make it dead.
Oh.
That was a good match, though.
Which is
What is this best of?
Best of 3. So just
Okay.
yeah. Okay. What a mess. Mincemeat zones.
Ugh.
We have E-leader this time though.
Rue? Apple leader?
I'm a warm body. I don't play E-leader.
What? What? What do you mean?
It was all a trick. I pranked you
No.
all.
But we have an anchor, I should say.
Meet zones.
Wait, what? They're playing zones Wahoo. Hold on. I need to check this map again. Maybe I lied. Maybe I pulled a funny trick.
Hey,
'Cause they-
being the prankster's my job.
Right.
Where is the server? Jesus Christ. Everything uses the same colors.
Rainmaker, eel tail, zones, mincemeat.
Yeah, it should be mincemeat, but this is Wahoo.
Well, I'm expert at closing out of the lobby. I've been grinding
Message
it.
them about that.
No, I'm gonna get it before you. You're not
They
ready.
gave what?
Is it Wahoo or is it Mince
Hold on.
Potato?
Is this the glitch we had
No.
before where it shows the wrong map?
No.
No.
They gave me different map pools.
Oh,
Oh, that's weird.
So is this correct or is it?
I don't give a shit. Let's just play.
I'm not gonna question it.
Zones is zones, right? Even if it's zones.
Same map, basically.
Yeah, same bullshit, different coat of paint.
If you close your eyes, you can't see.
Oh, sorry, Jem. I swore. I forgot you're streaming.
twice actually, but who's counting?
I'm just keeping track.
3 checks your upload.
Oh, expletive. Yep,
They got-
I'm gonna be moving
What's
around a
happening?
lot.
I'm moving right. You to the left. X-ray's flanking.
Oh, she's on our left.
Half the deck.
Get back up to mid.
Never mind, I'm dead.
We're the only two. Be careful.
Snipe him.
I'm not sure about
I'm
that
dead.
jump. We got a rush trying to push it on left.
Oh my god. Center court. So, not.
It's on our
Zuke, seeing if I can get a pick down.
Brother got me.
You just click them.
I'm down to not
You need to
on
retake
left.
from flat.
There's a bat! Oh my god!
I tried.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not gonna have special in time. We gotta just go. Dive, dive, dive!
Okay, you're either gonna solo cap it. They're kidding.
Oh,
Alright.
trash.
So they brought
Wow.
whale and missiles. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna have fun.
I love Wahoo zones. Is that it? Can I go home now?
Can I go get my silver scale so I could get the pink slop suit?
The pink slop suit.
I need 2 more.
I need like 32 for the white one.
It's 32 for the white one instead
No,
of
it's
30?
100.
What?
The black and white ones are 100 each.
I'm crying.
Trying to see what we have to do.
I imagine what they would do is have Donkey Kong play the other team, because if they beat the other team, then they win the tiebreaker. So that should probably be the first match that they do.
Yeah.
Our match has the potential to be irrelevant to the tiebreaker.
Okay, we're fighting the other team.
That seems inefficient, but okay.
Yeah. Oh wait, are they saying 8? Yeah, they're trying to figure out 4th and 5th seed.
Oh, okay.
See what Ember was typing, Babs.
What? You finally. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, I guess if they need to know for like seeding gamma bracket, it would still matter.
Mhm.
I can't read. Where's my visuals? Where's my pictures? The heck?
I know, I don't have this memorized, Ember.
Ember!
I just go like
What is
the farthest
A?
one and then I work my way in.
What is Gusher C? I don't know what that is. I need to study for this too.
Chill,
What
chill,
do you get?
chill,
What
it's
do you-
only 115.
Okay, I got a friend who-
Sam, my gear build is not complete right now. I will definitely have more swim speed in future, but right now I'm just running with the best that I've got.
If you play Salmon Run, I have like so many ability chunks.
theme. I could make so many builds right now.
Yeah, me too, but I choose not to, you know, just to make the game a little harder, you know, for the
Yeah, like,
mental stimulation.
Yeah. It's just too easy. This is a baby game. I never lose.
I never lose. Trips.
I never lose, we just both win.
True.
Yeah, I think we're using the same maps again. Because I think what they're doing like a mix of like all the rounds we played against each other. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not gonna question that. I'll make... And, I don't know what to do for paths. Yeah. I put in the, VC chat.
Yes.
Alright, it's 1,
I love
2,
the
3,
VC
4,
chat
5.
and all of its contents.
Yeah.
Dang, that's so Gem
Oh
fixes
my
it so I
God.
can see it. Gem,
I
take
just
notes.
did a goof. Jim, I'm gonna send you this person's FC so you could add them.
Oh,
Because
okay. So I need to drop it. Oh yeah, because you made.
Oh wait, no. I guess they... No, I think they have one. Maybe I added them, I just haven't realized. I'm so out of it. I'm not built for this right now.
Can you even post in this channel? Is it just broken? I can't tell if it's a Discord issue or if this is...
Which channel?
No, I can't see the VC text channel on the commentary thingy.
Apple, are you able to see it?
Yeah.
Well, of course they can see it.
Oh yeah, Apple's mod. That's right. It might be that it's only
Roll
accessible to-
restricted.
Yeah.
I'll
thank you very
DM it
much.
to you, don't worry.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I DM'd the pass paths.
Well, 3 of them are in, so we made it.
Well, I DM'd
I thought you were gonna
it
send
to
me
him
the map
twice.
Well, you got me there.
Okay. That should be everybody.
What was the maps again? Jesus Christ.
Hi.
You'll go right.
Fab already has it. We're all in.
We're playing this map again?
What?
Yeah, we're using the same maps for the tiebreakers.
What the freak?
Come on.
Miles.
What the freak?
This is, wild. Same thing.
We'll win this one.
Okay.
Oh, we could pop. One's bottom right.
A couple in front of us.
It's 2 bottom. Right?
Throw one.
Nice.
Exo
I
weak.
have ink back ready.
Expo
Oh
down.
my
They got
Ah,
me.
couldn't suck them in time.
I don't know how I got that
Bottom
kill.
right.
Let
How
me,
much?
let me. Maybe indeed.
You won't.
Just you, Apple.
Get the... Oh.
Where they
Well,
come?
there's 1v1.
There you
Oh,
go.
yeah, yeah. They're lamp. Rotating back.
I died.
Throw one.
I'm pushing out.
Last shot, ink Suku. Suku's done. Oh, they have another?
Oh, one on me. Got him.
Go on the bridge, expo and something.
He's in bubble.
Oh,
Expo
Expo
down.
got me.
I
I'm dead.
One more bottom mid.
Yeah, right there. I'm bombing.
Got
Nice.
On right.
one. Rushing their check. Got it.
Pushing right.
Zuko top right.
Zuko.
Nice.
I'm going for right check.
Okay.
Okay.
Expo weak.
Expo's cut off. They're in the corner.
Just
Ready?
focus on top. Oh, okay.
My ouch, my ouch.
Try to hold that bridge stuff though.
Yeah.
Free painting it.
I
I'm
forgot to
backing
have
up.
stealth, my bad.
They're moving. So rapid shooting.
Traded. They have a
We're
DC.
down.
Oh, that's cool. Let's just win the game.
Okay.
They're squid bagging.
It's okay.
Uh,
It was like 3 minutes 30, maybe 40. And
I
we
do not
pushed it
remember
to
what
like
the time limit
30.
was.
And they just give us a dub. Oh.
Wanna play salmon, man?
I'm so over it. I hate this map.
We're doing well on it.
yeah.
Doesn't mean I like it.
Oh, whoops. There was a cat on screen the whole time. Apologies to all of my followers. I've let
I
you
don't
down.
think you should apologize for that. That's a W. Common gem W.
Well, it's okay, guys, because there was a disconnect, so it was a lame game anyway. We played for like a minute.
Nah, we won that. I don't know what you're talking about.
We played for like a minute 30.
I have to check the points. We're like at 30.
The point, we had just gotten first check, so it'd be like 62 or something.
You're in back from me.
I mean, DC rules should be.
Yeah. It's. I think the rules apply for a replay.
Yeah.
Or, like, we met the conditions for a replay. I'm just like, I don't know if it's the Wild West because we're doing tiebreakers right now, this late, but. Fuck it. We'll just replay. Or screw it. Fiddlesticks.
I could drop off really quick to double check the replay if we need to see that the conditions were met.
Yeah, I remember I pasted the DC rules in the.
Right, like I'm trying to remember what the score was and what the time was.
Oh yeah, because we broke. I think we broke check before they DC'd. It might have been before. I'm not too sure.
But I don't remember exactly how many points it is. I want to say it's 62, but I might be thinking of the wrong map. Because if that check is after 50, that might make a difference.
You know, I think both checks are 60.
Yeah, okay. Then yeah, that would be the only condition, because I don't think we were past halfway through the game.
The DC was a little bit over 3 minutes. Left on the timer.
Yeah, 3 minutes left, so not halfway.
Yeah, I let them know. We're just gonna replay.
Okay.
I love pressing the A button.
Hell yeah.
Top 5 buttons for sure.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and this is top 5 buttons on the controller.
I should make that.
Okay, you got the
video.
cat.
Number 5, the A button.
Alright.
Number 4, the B button.
Number 1, the R button, because in Splatoon. Anyways,
Where's the W button?
my keyboard.
Well, left.
They're all on bottom.
Push right.
Got
Let's
one.
push me right or left.
Done right.
I think Zuka's out.
Flanking their back.
Zuka's done.
Bottom left.
Got Explode.
52.
I'm down.
Okay, I'm just gonna. I'll just run it.
On right. There's a gamer on right. He's going. He's gaming.
Best frag clip I've ever seen in my life.
52 pushing mid.
Where are you at? I lost
Something.
him.
I gotta get out of here.
Oh, what? I have ink back ready.
Thank you.
I think Zuka's out. I think one more shot.
Like Mizuka got
They
him.
got me.
Okay.
That's what got me. 2 on the bridge. One's grabbing.
Oh, I'm missing. Oh, they're sucking.
Got explode. Traded.
Nice.
One on bad. Not bad.
Please! I got him.
Another one in front
On
of you,
mid,
Belle.
on mid, on mid.
Careful, careful, careful. I'm gonna bubble.
Okay. We want to push, right?
On mid, gal. Mid, gal.
Zuka down.
I traded.
Rapid.
Got it, got.
Got him.
I'm gonna run it.
Okay, let's
Lightning,
go.
that's right, go, go, go.
Let's go.
Traded.
I'm down to pop.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Oh
One's
my.
right there.
Oh my
What's on
goodness.
bridge?
Oh my goodness. Oh.
I'm pinning. 2 left.
I'm going back in.
I'm close to Vac.
2 top left. They have Zuko. Oh, 3 top
Zuko's
left.
out. When they're sucking.
Row.
Ink to Vac.
Got one. Traded.
Sharking right now.
Top left.
One bottom left. Dropped. Nice. We're
Oh,
pushing.
they're pushing in. Got him.
Good stop.
I forget the tiny bubble. Oops.
There's one in mid. Watch out. Extra.
Yeah, I'm
Just coming.
trying to prevent them from just pushing in and grabbing.
Yeah, they're on this right
The
side.
bottom
here.
right.
One top mid.
I got Zuka ready.
Okay, I have Vac.
Looking for their Zuka.
Their
Actually,
Zuka's
I'm
done.
Fighting ball. Bottom right. Bottom right. Up right.
Weak,
Oh
weak, weak.
my goodness, I'm sorry. We're pushing podium on right.
I'm leaving.
Bombs.
Go back.
Oh, Whale got me.
I traded.
One from left. One from left. I'm down.
Okay.
Oh. Is the next one Wahoo World again?
Right.
Nibbling, weeping.
A slummy lid.
The slummy lid.
Indexes on Wahoo.
I just let Ember open all the gushers and I watched.
I mean, you could. Open all the wrong ones first.
I think there's a consequence for opening the wrong ones, right? They changed it.
I mean, the only consequence is like, okay, there's more little guys running around.
It's the embarrassment.
Yeah, you kind of, they laugh at you like, way to go,
Open the
idiot,
wrong
you thought we were in that one?
You doofus.
You dingo.
I'll just stay shot for the set.
Sure.
This is like only 100 intensity, whatever it is, hazard left.
It's
And
too
I'm like,
hard.
I want to try to
Just
go
gotta-
for 600 this rotation, maybe later.
When does the rotation end?
I don't know. Let me check the Nintendo Switch Online app, available on iOS and Android.
No way.
11 a.m. tomorrow.
Wow, you can do that.
Yeah.
I also want 600 because I don't have the silver for that map.
Bet. Though I don't know, your rank is lower than mine. I might just have to freelance.
What?
I'm kidding.
Alright, we gotta make sure we don't get chipped out on
That's
top
what's going
left,
on.
but come back that way if we go down.
Watch left. Expo's over there.
Ooh, Inksuka's out.
Bazookas.
Last shot. They're popping rain.
I'm gonna bubble.
I'm close to
We got a
wave.
flank left.
Got one.
Nice. I'm pushing them their ledge.
I'm
Got
gonna
him.
get this wave breaker.
Expo. Sweep.
Expo.
Nice. Take control of their court.
I'm pushing up.
They're backing up from flat. They're gonna be.
I'm gonna
TJ.
wave breaker their court.
Good.
I've got Zuka, so I'm gonna fire from down here. Got one.
Nice.
Quirky.
One top left. Bucket, I think.
Yep,
Oh,
that's
they're
up.
Zuka's out. Last
Bad,
shot.
Registered too slow. On left glass. Nice, bad.
Oh my god. I'm down to Expo. They're also left.
One pushing
Good
from right. Nice. Expo down. Hold zone.
Have bubble. Just painting.
Okay. Keep zone, keep zone, keep zone. 5, 4.
They can't outpaint
3,
me.
2, 1. Nice. Well played, well played.
Wow.
We did it, besties.
We did it.
Do we have to play another match if we win the next one?
We have to play game 3. And then.
Well, if we win this set, do we have to play another one?
Oh, this is it. It should be it.
Very good.
Okay, good.
Because the salami tournament? Very
Yeah.
soon.
I'm gonna ditch you guys for salami.
I'm having a brain fart right now. I don't remember what the third map is, so I have to double check
Is
for
it
the fourth time.
Hagglefish Tower
Nope,
or something?
it's TC Undertow.
Oh.
Undertow. Oh my gosh, that's my favorite map. I'm like so happy reacting to this information. I'm smiling. I'm so elated. So excited. I love this map. I'm going to put it in my mouth.
Alright,
Please don't put the map in your mouth.
Yeah, that's
It,
Your
not-
breath
it
is
might it might kill me with all the germs, but you know what's worse? I'm willing to take for you
oh my
guys.
god.
So you guys don't have to put it in your mouth. It'll just be me.
Aren't we gonna be in your mouth if we're on the map?
No.
And the map's in your mouth?
No, I'm doing it right now before we go there. So
Oh.
then
Oh,
we
to
don't
claim
have
it
to
as
play
yours.
this
That's
map.
smart.
Alright.
That's smart.
What?
You don't have to worry about map control.
Also, thank you for the raid, Astral Altaria. Appreciate it, but I couldn't say anything because tournament.
Well, you just said
Just said
something right
something.
now.
I couldn't. Past
Fake.
tense.
So age. Jem's a liar.
Yeah, that means you should subscribe. Give him your money.
Every time
Ooh.
Jim lies is one sub. It's like the swear jar, but it's on chat.
You're right. Alright.
I'm painting around with Jim.
Blaster's on our zone.
2 is in the corner there. Ah, I'm down.
Blaster's on left still.
Left to right, and then
Putting
shot on
behind.
Got
tower.
one.
Got blaster.
Some shooter guys by tower.
Shoot a man's.
Okay. I'm gonna get on.
Okay.
And we push
I have
them
ink
in.
fact ready.
Watch left.
Push left.
Blaster's on their glass.
52 dead.
Whales
You
on
right?
me. Watch from glass.
Oh my
I'm gonna
god,
bubble
I can't.
tower.
This map is miserable.
There's a vac in front of me.
Down,
Okay,
one
Nice.
more, one more. Got him.
Left flash.
I have ink back already.
52 left. 52 left.
Go.
In front of
On
me.
me.
Oh,
Down.
I died before I could use it.
Don't worry, watch this, watch this.
I'm watching
It's better.
intently.
Ah, okay. I should
I was
have just
facing the
now.
wrong way.
I had my eyes closed. It's okay.
Alright, thanks.
We're pushing into
Good work.
right really quickly.
I think Zuka's out. 2 more shots. Last shot.
Zuka's weak. Didn't get him.
Blaster dead.
Focus right. Focus right.
Got one.
Got the back.
Nice. Last one's bottom right. Bottom right. Bottom right.
Wait,
Nice.
Right.
Paint, boys.
Play a little slow. Play. I'm gonna bubble on
We're
tower.
back again.
Let me
I'm gonna
bubble
back
first.
now.
Two left, two left.
Popping Zuka.
Backing them
Got one.
left.
Got one. Oh, other ones here. Nice. Just shot.
Top left. Top left.
Got rapid.
After
Shot.
Got
back.
another.
Nice. Nice. Nice.
Got 3.
Nice. Good stuff. You're
Nice.
just better.
Alright.
I'm gonna pop.
Bubble. Thank you.
I need bubbles in chat.
Got 2.
Gonna
Nice.
suck.
Last one tower.
Okay.
Nice.
I'm out of
the
here.
noises.
Jesus Christ.
Good stuff.
I wouldn't have known you were back if you didn't make those noises.
Yeah, yeah, it's
Yeah.
pretty. It's an advanced tech that not a lot of
Right.
back users do. So like, you Squid School viewers, take some notes, you know.
Top players don't want you to know this.
Oh my god. So what
We gotta
happens now
check
as a
this.
result of that? Like, is the team we just beat just last in the pool?
Well, they better be, because we need to go.
Because they haven't played against the other team yet.
No, they played before us.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Check
And
it
how
Yeah,
did that
we're
go?
we're the last set of our little kerfuffle we had going on.
What was the result of the other 2 teams?
Oh, to check in.
So
with your
Donkey
team.
Kong won both their sets against us.
Oh,
and the
okay,
other team.
cool. So we
So,
took.
so we're second seed. So we're like 4th overall, I think, in our group.
Yeah, so that would be beta bracket.
Yeah, cool.
Neat.
No Sigma bracket today.
All right, we earned ourselves more than the lowest bracket, at any rate. That felt really good. Good job, guys.
Yeah. Especially
Okay,
on
trip pick?
such urgencies. Trip pick?
Hey,
Real? Wait, I gotta
We
do
a
the
warm
thing.
run.
I gotta do the thing. I gotta do the thing.
you gotta be still.
Oh, are we
Stop
drip
wiggling.
picking? Oh,
Come here.
one sec. Where? There it is.
I could draw. Wait, what does Reborn wear?
He
I have.
probably is.
I mean,
there-
you helped us win a match, Aplo. Like, I don't know.
No,
we can
no,
count
it'll
you.
be
You're on the
funny.
roster.
I'm Reborn.
Reborn cosplay. It's
Oh
like
my
he's
God.
here.
Yeah, I'm cosplaying. What does he use?
I
have
don't
no
know.
idea.
A hockey helmet, I guess, and
Okay.
then
The
like
flipper, the
sloshing
flip-flops?
machine.
Dogs are out.
Let's yeah, sloshing. I don't even think I have sloshing machine.
You have flings
You
it.
don't have the sloshing machine unlocked.
don't have
So
flings
based.
What
How
the
is this?
heck? What the heck?
What shirt does he wear?
Literally any Ninja Squid shirt.
Okay, got it. The ugliest one, and then
I don't
Shuzi
think your
wears a
gear is
flip-flop.
changing on our end.
It's because you have to
Oh.
you have to press the B button.
I'm
There it is.
Reborn.
Oh my
Yeah, that's pretty
Lord,
reborn
look
looking
at
right
that.
there.
It's like he's here.
And edit the name so it says Reborn. Like, yeah.
We'll just like
We'll fix
draw
the
over it
post.
in MS Paint.
Yeah. We'll
Yeah.
I got it.
All right. Nice.
Oh,
All
draw
right.
another one. So Apple just in this.
Is that it?
Can I leave now? You locked me.
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
TV.
You're free to go.
All right.
Can't
Back to
leave.
tier listing.
Yeah.
I'm just
Good
gonna
luck
close
with
the
that.
game.
I will be around for the bad takes, Jen. I'm kidding.
All right.
Host is
Bye,
deciding team.
y'all.
Why can I not leave? Excuse me?
You're trapped.
There's no option to leave
Because-
this PB?
Because they started a match.
Oh my god.
Oh, looks like we're going. Actually, I don't know. I'm closing the lobby. Get out of here.
Alright,
Okay.
GG's.
Alright,
So,
GG,
chat,
bye,
I am
y'all.
going to continue that tier list that I had to take a break from for a minute there. But first, I'm going to go use the restroom. So I'll be right back. Okay. My God. I felt really good about those tiebreaker matches, actually. I think that those were very well played. I'm going to drop out of the voice call now because there's nobody in here with me. LOL. Okay. Double checking Discord really quick to make sure I didn't miss anything important. Okay. I did get pinged somewhere, but it's in general chat, so that can wait. Alrighty. So, let's get the screen switched over here. One thing I will say, I had the laggiest, most obviously laggy interaction that I've ever had in that eel tail match against the Explo. That one stunned me. I splatted them, and then there was a little bit of lag, and then it showed me the kill marker, and then there was a little bit of lag, and an Explo shot hit me. They hadn't even been winding up for it. It blew my mind. I was a little bit frazzled there for a minute, but... Okay. Yo, we got raided by M-Dog. Yo, it's M-Dog! Were we former co-workers, M-Dog? Is that the M-Dog I think it is? Yo. That's hype. I don't know that you... Yo, yes, that's me. Let's go. How's it going, dude? It's been a minute. I mean, the company sort of lives on that we were working for in this channel here. This is the former Bravest Esports channel that I'm running right here. When Bravest shut down, they gave it to me because I was the only person who was using it at the time. So that's where we're at here. Yeah, former coworker at that company. Very cool. Okay. I'm gonna really quick set it up because I realized while I was playing, which was nice while I was playing, that I'm not hearing the alerts, and I've just changed a setting so that that's fixed now. You lost to a bamboo. You have to put it a tier higher. We lost in one game. Actually, no, wait. I think we did lose the set. That was Donkey Kong. Yeah, all right. That did happen. Okay, but I have a justification for that one. So, we're gonna get, unironically remove aerospace. Okay. So, moving on here, we were halfway through this tier list. For context, for those of you who just rated or those of you who didn't know, we were halfway through this tier list because we had thought that the tournament was over, but it turned out that we were in a three-way tie for third, and so we needed to get called back to be able to play that tiebreaker, and that was why I took a break, and so we're just kind of dead center in the middle of it. We were talking about Blaster. Actually, we were talking about Squiffer. We were talking about Squiffer when I got interrupted is what happened there. So that actually is pretty timely from what Rubber said. I think Squiffer is... the short-range chargers are just generally not doing as well right now, in part because it's hard to see them coming, and there are only so many like sight lines that they can use without getting shot by an E-leader as well. They can't like take a different really good sight line for them that an E-leader doesn't see. But the Squiffer is the best of the bunch right now. Part of that is because its gimmick is just better. It is able to charge at the same speed when it makes jump shots, which is different from the GooTuber. And, of course, the Bamboozler is not going to one-shot, so doesn't have quite the same impact. But you take that thing, the Squiffer, to, say, Inkblot, and you can hit up on top of that plat. And that's really, really dangerous, and it paints a lot, too. That's something that Ice has been using it for recently. And it also has Big Bubbler, which the weapon itself doesn't get a ton out of using that selfishly, but it's, you know, it's going to be playing a sort of a positioning where it's not going to hurt it too much to, like, go onto the tower and pop the Big Bubbler where it needs to go. So I don't think it's hurting too much for it. A place I could see this being really good is on like Hagglefish. You push out in front of the zone and you're trying to lock from underneath their hut, and like you hop up and you can take shots at their plat as they're trying to drop down. So that sort of thing I could see being really powerful with it. And there are other situations like that that I think Squiffers can find. So I think this is solid. Like if you want to run a short range charger, go for it. But if you're running charger, you probably want to be running one of the long range ones, and that's why it's down where it is. Heavy, we've mostly talked about. Wavebreaker's solid, but again, it has the problem that how does it put the Wavebreaker in a location that's useful without completely compromising its safety? It's a long-ranged weapon. It wants to stay at long range. It's hard for it to get that anywhere. It also has the problem that it's going to get countered by an E-leader or even a charger in terms of range and also kill time. And so it's really hard for it to exist on the map. And they just never want to give the Heavy a good sub-weapon. So it's definitely the weakest of the three, in my opinion. But I think it's still usable. It's just like... it might be a level down. I don't know. It's got like... it's got a decent special for it. So if you want a Wavebreaker, it's an option. This would be like... I feel like it's like an A+. It's like in between these two tiers. But do I want to make another tier? I might actually just move these down to another tier here. I think that's what I'm going to do. I've decided. We're adding a row. And what color can we make meh? Oh no, I think we just have to shift them all. This is unfortunate. So then this one becomes this. This one, oops, nope, not like that. This one becomes this. This one becomes this. And then this one becomes difficult to read. Cool. Okay, and we're just going to do this, 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 and... honestly, I think this is actually up here. So we'll talk about L3 next. So L3 paints about as much as the Neo Splash, has longer range, and gets the same special. The issue is that it doesn't have a sub-weapon that synergizes with it as well. So if you want a crab tank, your answer is probably the Splash-O-Matic, but I wouldn't write this off as much as some people have. I think that MPU is not as big of a deal for it as it was in Splatoon, as people thought it was in Splatoon 2. I think you're still very likely to just end up needing a second shot anyway, even if you have the MPU buff. So I think that this is still a playable weapon. Just because there's another option for Crab Tank that plays its role really well, and because this thing gets outranged in a couple of annoying matchups, like Dually Squelchers are really hard for it, like Rapid is really hard for it, having to deal with an Explo is pretty hard for it. All of those things can really harass it pretty well and keep it out. So it's like near the bottom here of meh tier, where we're starting to be in the range of weapons where I'm like, I don't know how well this works. But I think you could put this on a competitive team, and I'd be like, yeah, I can see it. Wouldn't be my first choice, but I think you could do it. So then moving down, Heavy, like I was talking about, doesn't have a whole lot. Thank you so much for the raid, Etherizer. Appreciate you. Doing L3, what a coincidence. Welcome. Trying to hit a curling bob. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Because, like, Crab is a great special, great support special, great attacking special, does a lot of things. And this one gets it pretty fast. That automatically makes it a pretty solid weapon. You can't knock that aspect of it. The problem is that there's an even more solid weapon that already does all of those things, too. So, it's outclassed for sure. Okay. Heavy, again, I'd probably rather have a ballpoint or a Hydra, but can absolutely be played, and Wavebreaker's not bad. 96. The big issue with 96 is InkVac. It's really good if InkVac is good, but InkVac is not that good. It is definitely something you can play around. It has a lot of counters that are pretty glaring. And so it can have a high impact, and if you want to have a lot of InkVacs, that's probably the call that you're looking for. Like, you could go Jet and get it slightly faster, but the main weapon would be much less useful because it's only there to paint for the InkVac. It's not really there to engage in fights very effectively. So I would definitely, I think, prefer to have a 96, and that's why I've got the Jet down as far as it is, as well as its sub. But InkVac needs to be better for this weapon to be as good, and also the RNG is just really painful with as low of a fire rate as it has. If you're picking it for fighting, like 52 or Squeezer are also right there, and they're looking at you, and they have good specials, and like you're picking this for the InkVac if you're picking it, IMO. And if you're picking something for the InkVac, why not pick Charger, right? So there are definitely other options to look at for any of the reasons that I could think of to run a 96, but in the case that you really want an InkVac, and in the case that you want to run an E-liter instead of a Charger, you know, there's a use case. And that's about as much as I can say, I guess. Octobrush, I think Zipcaster is a really weak special. It's very high skill ceiling, though. And so I'm willing to be proven wrong as time goes on and people figure out the Zipcaster more. Because there are some things that Zipcaster does that no other special can do as well. There are positions it can threaten because it gets to ignore level geometry. And so it does have more of a niche in the way the game currently is, where there aren't a lot of ways in, and Zipcaster is the only way that you have ways in. So I'm leaving this here for now. This could go up. This could have a niche that no other weapon fills, because none of the weapons above it currently have Zipcaster, and this is arguably the best Zipcaster weapon in the game right now. Rapid is just generally a pretty good main weapon with a pretty good special. It's like not offensive, but it also doesn't do anything that especially well. Just really quickly pulling the weapon up so that we can take a look at it. Is this it? No. Oh wait, this is by weapon class. I'm being silly. That's not what I'm looking for. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Ba-doop. There we go. Okay, so now I can go here. So there are, I don't know why it's picking a tent umbrella for me, but because I've got the splatter shot equipped, but it's just showing me tent umbrella, even though that's not highlighted on screen. I don't know what I did, but this is funny. Anyway, so Tri-Strike, you don't have that many options for it, and one of them is the Slosher, which is probably better than this weapon. But the main weapon here, if you want the long-range poke, does get you Tri-Strike, also gets you an Ink Mine. So there's a lot here that it's like, I don't know why you would want this over other things, but like, it kind of works. You can use it, I just don't know why you would want to use it over other stuff. Like, I could see it being put into a competitive team comp, I just don't see it being, like, outstanding on any competitive team comp. So then, the next tier down... I might actually drop this down to, like, here. Because this actually really describes that, I think. If you want to make it work, you can, but I don't know why you would, is basically my thought on Rapid right now. Like, Rapid Pro, the little bit of extra range helps a lot. InkVac... InkVac is, like, probably best on a weapon like this, I would think. I don't know. It's mostly for the extra range. But then, and a more usable sub-weapon, I would say. Not that either of them are doing great in that department. Okay. Roller. Roller is another very selfish weapon, and it's even more like in this game because of it not being the strongest main weapon against experienced competitive players. These two are going to get more kills, I think, against like top level players than this thing will. This thing is something that punishes you if you mess up, if you don't check a corner, if you don't paint an area where someone might be sharking. But as soon as you know where the roller is, a top level team can definitely counter that a lot better than they can counter something like Tetras. So I think this is a weaker version of these two's problem, which is it's very selfish. If you're putting that on a team comp, you need to build the entire team comp around it, and that's aggravating for the rest of the team because they have to pick all their high paint weapons and they can't pick what they necessarily want all the time. Where's Splattershot Pro? Splattershot Pro's down here. Glugas. Glugas have the best kit they could possibly ask for, and I think the main weapon is still just holding them back a little too much. I think the fire rate is too low, so it gets too little ink, and also is too aim intensive. The wall helps it a lot with the aim intensiveness problem, so it kind of functions a little bit like a 96 or like it's actually exactly the same kit as the 52 gal, and it can kind of be a discount sort of 52 gal. The problem is the 52 gal is ruthlessly consistent, and the Glugas are not. To get their 2-shot, they need to dodge roll. If they don't dodge roll, then they need to 3-shot, which is a significantly slower kill time and also much less consistent because you have to fire in dual reticle mode. So it needs to set its own fights up for it very carefully. It needs to have paint that's not going to come from the main weapon itself. It's just got like a little bit too weak of a main weapon, even for such a baller of a kit that it's got. Tri-Slosher, it's absolutely something that can work. I've seen it work. Shinex's team in Big House made this weapon work on Undertow. There are places where Inkjet is really good, and I think, Inkjet might, if it gets put on other weapons, suddenly jump up a little bit in people's estimation because of its ability to attack backliners with reliable one-shots that are a little bit difficult to predict. There are a lot of ledges you can hide under in this game. It's just right now we don't have a way of doing anything with them besides like using a slosher or a blaster or something like that. An Inkjet would be another option and just needs, the right weapon kit. One of the big problems that it has right now is that it doesn't have the burst bomb that it used to have, which made it a lot more powerful in one-on-one fights and also for mobility. It's harder for this thing to move and get into position. And in a game where everyone's already expecting you to be running Ninja Squid and is already going to be checking corners and is already going to be, throwing point sensors at you and stuff, its job, which is to get into position where it can reliably win the fight, because it can reliably win a fight if it gets on top of you, but its job getting in there, that's always been the hard part with Tri-Slosher, and it's harder now than it ever has been, because the maps just don't allow that many flank routes. So it's definitely playable, and, with new patches, maybe new maps, things like that, I could see it being playable again. But in competitive play, you're probably not going to see it very much. It's going to be like a very niche pick if you're running it at all, and it's probably someone who could play one of these or one of these if the situation called for it. All right. Stamper. Again, Stamper is new, and so I reserve the right to bump it up if new stuff is discovered or people start pushing it further. But right now, I think Stamper is very difficult to play around. It gets rushed down really, really hard. It does not have a fast kill time if you get on top of it. So it really, really relies on hitting its damage combos from far away. And it's got very slow-moving projectiles. Its burst bomb is a faster damage option than its other hitboxes, if I remember correctly. Maybe like the light hitbox is faster. I'd have to test that out. But there it is. Let me check that really quickly. But I think like the burst bomb actually travels faster than this does. So this goes that fast. It's almost the same. It's not as easy to miss the light attack, but the charge attack, oh my goodness, this thing is slow. Like, it goes really far, but it should just miss because you can see it coming and dodge it left or right. Like, look at this. Okay, not that because I mistimed it. It's hitting pretty long after they've already moved past there. That was a good example of it right there. You really have to lead your shots so far that it's kind of tough to hit that. And Zipcaster is, like, usable on it for sure. It's not a bad Zipcaster weapon because it has the one-shot potential, and it also has some range in case people back up away from it. So, like, it's up there with the Octobrush in terms of being able to use the Zipcaster well, but it's also, like, the main weapon would seem to suggest it wants to stay back and zone, and then the special would suggest that it wants to go in really hard. So you can't expect the same kind of support from it at all times. You need to know when it's switched modes and know what it's going to be doing next to play around it. So this one I could see moving up, but right now this is about where I feel like it's at. It doesn't paint super well either. That's something that I think is a big problem of trying to fit it into a comp. Mini is so close to being such a good weapon, it just needs to not have the literal worst special in the game. Like, this could easily jump up into, like, this tier right here if you just gave it a special that functions. But right now, the only thing it's going to be able to do with its hammer is throw it like it's a Trizuka that you only get one shot of. You try and hammer with this, and you're taking the weapon out of its optimal positioning in order to use a special that has a broken hitbox and try to engage at melee range, which is just never advantageous. So I recommend if you use this weapon, you farm for special really quickly, throw it, start farming for another special, and just keep going on that loop. The main weapon itself and the sub-weapon are phenomenal together. So much potential right here. This could jump very easily. It just needs slight tweaks to its kit. Blobblobber got a really weak kit. The main weapon is still solid. If you have it on zone, it's going to be very difficult to cap the zone, and that's about the most that I can say for it. It's a little bit too passive on the kit. It's not able to go and really make much more happen. It's just there to be like, well, I'll keep painting, I guess. But I think it is nice to have on the maps that are really easy to hold choke points for, because you just fill that with hitboxes. The problem is that this weapon already does that and has a useful special, so it outclasses it pretty hard. Dooley's outclassed by Neo Splash in pretty much every regard. I think having the Burst Bomb is a better aggressive sub. The main weapon, I think, is just straight up better because it has the perfect accuracy without having to dodge roll. It can move around while shooting instead of just having to commit to dodge rolling in order to do that. And it's not going to commit itself to a position. Plus, it's lightweight. So I just usually rather have a splash than this. I don't see a use case for it because of the Splash-O-Matic existing and doing pretty much the same thing but better. But if you really are a dualies player and can't get the hang of shooters, like, yeah, you can make it work. It can do pretty much the same things that a splash does. Just, it's not going to play as supportively because, well, I don't know. I guess it can. And then it can engage, yeah. Just, like, discount Splash-O-Matic is basically what I'm seeing here. We've already talked about this a little bit. Just, like, everything about it is meh. Everything about it has a slightly better version. But, like, they're all put together in a package that you can functionally use. It's usable. Luna Blaster, if you really want a Zipcaster, I would think you would go with this. If you want a blaster at short range that's going to go for like picks and sharks and stuff, I would think you're going to go for this. I don't see a use case for this one over those two things, but the combination of those two isn't terrible. It lets you hit up over cover, and since Zipcasters right now are trying to hit the front of cover and then attack over the top of them, that works well for it. But you can do the same thing with a brush. You can slosh up over the top of a wall with a brush, and it'll still do damage to people. So even for that niche, you know, this thing is going to paint more. This thing is going to have more mobility options. It's going to be less dependent on its team for that paint and that support so that it can get into position, because it can just put the brush down and move into that position on its own. So, yeah, I feel like it's outclassed, but like if you really want to go for it, it is an option for you. Everything above this point, I feel pretty comfortable saying like, yeah, that's fine. You can run that. You know, if you really want to make it happen, you could run any of those weapons in a competitive setting, and you won't just be like holding your team back. After we get past this point, though, I think all of these weapons are like, there is a better option at the very least. There are definitely some things that especially these weapons can do. I just don't think what these weapons do are worth as much as something else you could choose above. Carbon Roller, I don't know why you ever pick this over the Splat Roller. The Splat Roller one-shots, this one doesn't. Yeah, it has Zipcaster, and that's fun, but these are the better Zipcaster options for like being able to, you know, function alongside them. Because Carbon, basically all it has, I think, is the Zipcaster. It doesn't paint as well as this does. It's not going to one-shot, so it's not going to have the kill power that the Luna does. It kind of really needs to get the damage combos on, and it doesn't have a burst bomb to work with, so it's kind of just... It's got to hit people twice. And having to hit people twice with the roller is a huge nerf to the weapon class. Tentabrella would be much, much higher if it worked, but it gets shot through the shield all too often. It's just like the shield bugs out and bounces off of things and goes flying up into the air. There's so much weird stuff that they need to fix about this weapon before it's going to be usable again. But it is definitely going to be the best of the Brellas when it does get fixed, if it ever gets fixed. I don't know if it's going to happen. Inkvac's not bad for it. It can kind of use that to protect itself when its wall is gone or whatever. And beacons are not a bad choice for it. Not the strongest kit it could have, but definitely one that's kind of fun because like you have one shield and then you have the vac and then you get another shield and you're just like, how in the world do I get through to this thing? But vac having the weaknesses that it has also is going to be an issue for it. I think there are going to be stronger kits for the Tentabrella than this one. This Brella is underwhelming in a lot of ways. Its damage is inconsistent and slow. It's got the same problems that the Tentabrella has, where people are shooting it through its shield. And it's going to paint decently well for a decent special that nobody's really prioritizing right now, but can be played. So it's very, it's very meh. It would probably be in this A+ tier if it worked. Dynamo Roller, I just have not seen like anybody running this. Everybody who like used to run Dynamo that I know of is running Flingza now. I can't tell you exactly why that is, although I don't think Tacticooler is a very strong special, and we'll see. I think like all of the Tacticooler weapons are down pretty far. My opinion on Tacticooler is that it is most of the time a liability to your team. I think it is actually more often than not something that you want to avoid picking up. I'll talk about a use case that I think is viable when I get to the Dapple Doolies, but it isn't saving the Dapple Doolies either. So the Dynamo effectively has a special that doesn't do very much to help you win a fight or anything. And it's very easy to force it to move with anything like a Fizzy Bomb, an Explo Shot, any of the specials that are being prioritized right now, like Tenta Missiles and Booyah Bombs. You can Zuka this thing pretty easily because you can hit it from outside its range. It's not doing too well, but one thing I will give it is that the Squid Roll is actually a pretty beneficial movement option, and it's not going to get stuck as often as it would have if you were just porting the Splatoon 2 Dynamo over. I still think it's a very weak kit. I think a better kit could bump it up maybe to like meh or even usable, but probably outclassed. That's about where I see it being in its current state, with the state of the game being where it is. If you're a Dynamo one-trick, I mean, you're going to play Dynamo anyway, and nothing I say is going to sway you. So, H3, I think Tacticooler is about the worst thing it could have gotten, because it's not going to want to use its own Tacticooler. It's going to want to stand back and just, like, apply slow zoning pressure. And a tacticooler is useful if you're only if you're going to hold forward and go in. The 10% of comps that actually might be able to use a tacticooler well are like short range shooter comps that run at you and plan on just like using it like quick respawn, quick super jump, that kind of thing. And an H3 is absolutely not a part of that weapon comp, so it's really out of place for it. Same kind of problem with the Dynamo, really. But at least Dynamo can pretend to be an anchor in that sort of comp. Whereas the H3, nah, you kind of want that thing pushing up because you're going to want something longer range than it on the team comp too. So, yeah. Not in a good spot. Point sensor, honestly, not the worst thing for it to have. Because like we were talking about in the tournament earlier, I think point sensors were shutting me down a lot on aggressive plays I was trying to make. But this one... there are a lot better point sensor options, like maybe Explosion, perhaps. Anyway, Reflux. It farms missiles. Unfortunately, that's all it does well. It's kind of... It's up there... The main weapon's a little bit more useful, I think, than an arrow spray, but not by much. I think that it's basically like... all that pseudo arrow spray status where it's just there to farm the special, which isn't a useful enough thing to do. Like, even though it gets missiles, and it paints better than just about any other weapon in the game. I don't know the comparison between it and, like, an arrow spray or a sploosh, but, like, if you want to spam a special and do nothing else, that's your weapon, and it's just not seeing the results. Like, people are going to GooTuber or Flingza before they're going to the Reflux at a top level of competitive play to try and get their missile output. And I think a big part of that is also the curling bomb. Like, the curling bomb is completely useless for this weapon. There's nothing that it wants to do that a curling bomb does better than just about anything else in the game. I would probably rather have a line marker on the Reflux than a curling bomb. And that's saying something, because that is a really weak sub-weapon right now. So that's my take on the Reflux. I think it just doesn't do enough things, and the missile output that it's going to have that's slightly better than like a Flingza or a GooTuber does not outweigh the advantages that those main weapons have. And they're especially the sub-weapon of the GooTuber. Zap is probably the best cooler weapon right now. And I could see it maybe... Honestly, actually, wait a minute. No, this is definitely a tier up. This is... You can make it work if you really want to. And by... Because what I really meant a lot of the time from that tier is, like, this is a thing that, like, if you really want to play the main weapon, sure, go for it. But here it's more like, if you really want to play Tacticooler, sure, go for it. There are comps you can build around Tacticooler, but again, it's very comp dependent, and you're forcing your teammates to play a certain way around it. And it's still not that great. But if you want to play a Tacticooler weapon, it is still pretty good at painting. It is still going to be able to push in with it like it always was in Splatoon 2. It's got a bomb. Like, it can do some stuff. Just weakest that the NZAP has ever been in any Splatoon game for sure. So that's where I'd put that. Okay. Bamboo. I think that this is kind of... It's played a lot differently from Squiffer, so I might be oversimplifying this a little bit, but I think it's definitely the weakest of the short-range chargers. The Autobomb doesn't give it a lot in terms of like mobility or anything. It can help suss people out, which is nice. It can find them if they're sharking, but I just don't think it gets that much from its kit. And the main weapon itself probably wants at least a little something from its kit. Like, the Mark 1 in Splatoon 2 had missiles. I think that was the Mark 1. Missiles were really good for it. Missiles were a great special for it to have. This one has... It's just a little bit weaker version of missiles, kind of, sort of. It's like... Whale... It does, help you displace someone and help you start a fight by moving in on that by a little bit, but it's just like a weaker version of missiles. It's probably what missiles should be. And so everything about it is just like the tiniest bit underwhelming, and it adds up to a package that I don't think is going to do that much. I could see this bumping up a tier or two. Because one thing that I am thinking is that, like, people really, really overrate, I think, the impact that MPU had for a weapon like this. a lot of the time the bamboo still two-shot. Like, it was not that reliable that you were going to get damage combos without really established set plays with your teammates. Because most of the time that your teammate shoots someone and then you hit them with a full charged bamboo shot, you don't need MPU to splat them for that. Like, a splatter shot bullet does 35. This thing still combos with a 35 damage shot. So there are so few cases where you actually needed the extra damage to be able to get a damage combo. And the only thing you were running the MPU for was the hope that the opponent gets stuck on enemy ink, and that damages them enough that you are able to one-shot them. And that's a pretty rare circumstance, I think. So I don't think that was really what made this weapon strong in the first place, as much as, you know, that's been what it's made out to be. So the main weapon itself is pretty strong, and that alone might be enough to get it up out of this tier. I'm thinking about, you know, the company that it's in. I think I am going to bump it up one. Now, where do I want to put it? I probably want to put it, like, hereabouts. Maybe hereabouts. It's in the good main weapon, not as good kit sort of company there. Because, yeah, looking at those weaknesses that I was talking about and the strengths that it has, I don't think it's in the same company as these weapons down here. I think it's actually better than those. So, yeah, that's where I'm at on that. Okay. And then Splattershot Pro is... It's a little bit underwhelming as a main weapon. If it had better ink efficiency, it would be phenomenal. If it was a little bit faster of fire rate, it would be phenomenal. Like, it just needs the tiniest little buff, but it gets outclassed really hard by 52 and Squeezer, depending on how you want to use it. And Crab is great, but it's not going to get a lot of them because it has ink efficiency problems. It paints pretty well until it runs out of ink, and the problem is that it runs out of ink pretty quickly. So that's the big weakness of the Splattershot Pro, and that's why, you know, I think more than anything else, people overrated MPU on the K Pro. MPU K Pro in Splatoon 2 was just straight up worse than the K52 Gal, and I think it was for a longer time than people anticipated. The fact that the K Pro had a splat bomb, I think, was a big help to it and disguised it for a little longer, but I don't think there was much of a reason to run K Pro, even at the time where, like, MPU made it something that people were considering. I think that K-Gal in that state was probably a better weapon, even early on. I don't know, because the K-Gal didn't paint as well either. I think the paint is a big part of the reason why this weapon's up here. So maybe they had about the same problem then, and having the bomb was preferred. I take that statement back. But this is really, really held back by the fact that it does not have a bomb or a wall. It has a line marker, which I think is probably on the whole the weakest sub-weapon of the game. Oh my goodness, thank you, Last Data. I really appreciate that. So some of y'all are getting a membership on Last Data on YouTube. Thank you so much. And it's going to Vimo at me like 2 more times. So, line marker. Well, let's talk about the problems with line marker. First of all, it does a pitiful amount of damage. Like, yes, it has E-liter range, but an E-liter doesn't have to hit 3 shots to kill someone. Actually, no, it doesn't have to hit 4 shots to kill someone. Or take up that much of your ink tank to fire one of those shots. And the marking effect is just straight up better done on a point sensor. If you're using it for the information, play a point sensor, because you will reliably be able to hit them and mark them. If you know exactly where they are with pinpoint accuracy enough to hit them with the line marker, then you don't need to mark them because you already know where they are. The point sensor actually checks a choke point for you. It makes it very difficult for an opponent to move anywhere and not get marked. You were seeing me in the tournament get marked from below a floor, like the up on the ceiling. Point sensor got thrown and it marked me straight below it. Like, that sort of thing happens with point sensors. That will never happen with a line marker. You will never, like, accidentally reveal someone who you didn't at least know was in the vicinity with the line marker. So the damage isn't really worth running it for. It combos, I guess, with 2 shots, and then if they're running away, you tag them with line marker. But like, if you're getting into a fight, you're probably committed to it, and that probably isn't going to come and be a factor very often. Plus, Burst Bomb is a lot more reliable for that sort of thing. So, Crab is fine, but it doesn't paint for a lot of crabs. This weapon paints for a lot of crabs. This weapon has a similar range and gets crab tank, and I think it's a better main weapon because it paints more. So, I just don't see a reason to use this one. You can use it if you like it and you're waiting for another kit and you want to get used to it, for sure. But I think that you're going to find more value out of other options. And then the Jet Squelcher, How the Mighty Have Fallen. All you need to do is put a top tier special on this weapon and you will break it again. But, especially if you put a Burst Bomb on it too. But right now, the thing that the Jet Squelcher did in Splatoon 2 that it can probably still do now is it played as a paint support anchor, letting you run 3 aggressive weapons because you were getting enough paint behind you from the anchor itself. Because Chargers, they can paint, but they don't paint because they're more concerned with firing shots and cutting off enemy angles. They get more value out of denying the opponents access to the map than they do out of actually painting the map for them. They can apply zone control over the whole map instead of only applying paint control, which is what they're doing if they're painting. So they favor the zone control whenever it's important for them to have that. The Jet Squelcher, on the other hand, is just going to paint. And with that paint, it's going to trade the zone control for having special constantly, because this thing gets special really, really fast. The issue is that it's got a special that's not spammable from the back lines, because it wants to fire that special off from the back lines, stay on the back lines, and keep painting from the back lines. But the ink vac forces it to walk forward, and that's just not a thing that it wants to do, because like everything else in the game splats faster than this thing does. It's so slow at slaying. So as soon as anyone gets on top of it, it's got a problem. And yeah, it's got the ink vac, but you can flank the ink vac, you can paint up the ink vac, and then shoot it before it fires its shot. It doesn't have quite as many ways out of bad situations. And again, it has line marker, which is just not doing anything for it. If you're at the range to hit someone with the angle shooter, you're usually at a range that you want to just be hitting them with the main weapon anyway. So, and it's also a straight line of sight weapon. So, unlike the X-Blow, which benefits from having marked someone and being able to see them go behind a wall, once they're behind a wall, this thing can't shoot it anyway. So there's nothing that it would be able to do with that information. So, I would say these can do some things, but there are definitely better options for you to choose, and I would consider one of the alternatives that I've discussed if you're trying to build this into a competitive team comp. Okay, now we're down to EU tier. These weapons are not going to be seeing a lot of competitive play at all, probably ever. But there are some things that they do. Those things are just not as useful. So let's start with the Splatana Wiper, because I'm sure there are a lot of people who are, maybe new and haven't seen my thoughts on the Splatana Wiper. The Wiper does a couple of different things, which is interesting. It can play sort of like a discount dually Squelchers, in that it uses its relatively long range and its very fast strafe speed to kite people. The problem is that the damage it's doing while it kites someone is so slow, so minimal, that it's actually, I think, faster to hit indirects with the Clash Blaster, which is insane because this thing is so slow. So, yeah, it's pretty good at keeping itself alive. Like, if you gave this thing like the sort of range and power that a 52 has while it's able to strafe around like that, okay, now we're talking about something. But it does not have anywhere near that sort of DPS, and so you don't have to be scared of it and its strafe speed. it'll run away from you, and you can just kind of let it, because, okay, cool, it did 30 damage, now I just run away before it can ever kill me, and I'm fine. Or, okay, it did 30 damage, that's not stopping me from just getting right on top of it and killing it. Getting right on top of it and killing it, oh, but Gem, you say, it can one-shot. But it can one-shot very slowly. I tested this out frame by frame, and I compared it to a splat roller. A splat roller splats in 0.45 seconds. A Splatana with the one-shot splats in 0.7 seconds. And I believe that's without including the dash. If you include the dash, it's even slower. So it's almost... let me double check that and make sure that that's true. Make sure I'm not presenting misinformation here. I think that that's correct, but it might be that I did include the dash. So let me just take a quick look. And that is compared to... Where's my roller at? Where is my roller at? Wow, it's back there. It might have actually included the dash. I might be wrong about that. Okay. So, the dash is included there. Oh, that's right. I remember why I said it this way. Okay. So, yes, the dash is included there, and up close, it's more comparable in terms of kill time. But, here's the difference. The roller one-shots from there. The roller almost one-shots from here. It's like right about here that I have to stop. Okay, there, perfect. This is how far away the roller one-shots from. The Splatana Wiper does not one-shot from here. Splatana Wiper does not one-shot from here. The Splatana Wiper only one-shots if you are on top of them, if you are touching them with the main weapon. Even this close does not one-shot. And that range difference is huge. So if you're trying to one-shot from the same range as the roller can one-shot from, now you're talking about a 0.7 second kill time. There. I'm glad I tested that. Oh, and I'm not showing that on screen at all. Apologies. Let me redo that. Sorry for the demonstration that you couldn't see. Okay, so this kill time here, comparable to the roller. Okay, so roller is this. Splatana Wiper is this. Pretty similar. However, roller scooch just a little bit. We'll get there. That was too far. Oh my god. We're so close. Okay, we'll call it here. Roller one-shots. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? That has happened to someone in a match. Okay. Roller one-shots from about here. Whereas Splatana Wiper, in order to one-shot from here, needs to dash. And that dash adds basically double the kill time. So that's the difference there. That's why the kill time, I consider it to be so much slower from that range that it has. Okay, so if you're trying to do roller things, pick a roller. If you're trying to do dually squelchers things, pick a dually squelchers. I do not see a reason to pick this weird hybrid of the two, which can do both, but both worse. Because you're only going to be able to do one of those things at a time in the middle of a game. So, like, maybe for one set play, you can be an assassin, and then for one set play, you can just be, like, a dually squelchers kiting people. But, like, you're never going to be able to take advantage of using both of those at the same time, I don't think. Like, switching between the two doesn't seem consistent against someone who's going to aim well and is not going to let you just back up. So, I don't see a use case for this. Another really, really painful thing for this weapon, besides the main weapon, which I think by itself is enough to put it down here, to be clear, is that it has the worst special in the game. Which is a real pity, because the torpedo actually gives it a lot of really interesting damage combos that help with its kill time. They don't fix its kill time, but they help it. It can poke from a distance. It could get chip damage. It can play like kind of like a tri-stringer sometimes, in that it just throws torpedoes and does damage from a distance and doesn't actually try to get really quick kills. But all of the paint that it's putting down with those torpedoes is going towards getting it an ultra stamp. This is not helping. And I'm worried that on future kits, they won't give it a sub-weapon that it can combo with, and now its kill times are even worse because it has even fewer combo options. I think the next kit that it has, it needs to have a burst bomb. It really needs to have a burst bomb to be able to combo with some of its damage and start putting some interesting ideas together, on top of having a better special. If it has that, then maybe we could see it getting some use, but I think this weapon is just not going to be seen in competitive play very much. Clash Blaster DPS is just such a huge problem for this. It does not paint very well at all, and it does not splat someone very fast at all. Its indirect damage is what people at like lower levels of play hate about it. The fact that you could be aiming like this badly, you can be like aiming way over here and still be consistently hitting someone. And with someone who's new to aiming in this game, what happens is this sort of thing... Oh, God, that's disgusting how big that hitbox is. This sort of thing is going to reliably do damage, whereas you as a player who can't aim very well, because it's a really hard game to aim in, and I don't blame anyone for being in that position, because I was in that position once myself. If you're still struggling to learn aiming, this is so easy to aim with that it's going to feel overpowered. Because people are going to be able to reliably hit you, and you are not always going to be able to reliably hit them. But look at how slow this is compared to this. It's just no contest. Like, any other sort of slaying weapon is going to get on top of someone who's trying to play this play style really quickly. And at a high level, as soon as they start getting hit by this, they're just going to back up. It's going to force them out. Oh my god. I am sorry. Okay. We'll do the demonstration over again. My bad. Okay. So. I'm so sorry. So. This weapon. This right here is the really slow kill time I've been talking about. Oops. The double direct we'll talk about in a second, because that is an option. But at low levels, you know, look at how far away you can aim from someone and still hit them. This is kind of nuts, that I can miss this badly and still hit my shots. And at a low level of play, people are going to be able to take advantage of that, because opponents will not have their aim on as quickly as you can do damage with this sort of aim in their general direction playstyle. Like, I'm just like wave aiming all over the place, and I'm still gonna get that guy. I'm just like, look at me, stick aiming, woo. Oh, I'm out of ink, whoops. Look at me, stick aiming at this guy, and I'm missing all over the place, but I'm still getting it. So there is a very consistent kill time that you are able to establish with this that falls off hard as soon as somebody learns how to do this. Or somebody learns how to do this. Or somebody learns how to do this. All of those things beat Clash Blaster really hard. And there are so many weapons that have that kind of a kill time. Now, your best option with this is to go for double directs, which is a faster kill time. Why would you want that kill time, though, when you only need to hit single directs from a longer range with a weapon that paints even more? And then, mind you, this weapon doesn't paint that much. Clash Blaster's paint is abysmal. So, this is the best kit in the entire game, arguably. And it does not matter, because the main weapon is just not going to get a lot of use out of it. Like, you can... I'm trying to get a bomb indirect here. Oh my god. I guess you can, like, try to combo off of the 30. so that you have one shot fewer. I'm aiming these too well. LOL. Like, there aren't even that great of damage combos off of the bomb. You got Trizuka. But literally why, when Splattershot has it, and will farm it faster, and also has almost the same kit, and can paint for itself, and get out of tricky situations faster, and has the most insane discrepancy in kill time. This is a weapon that I think we will never see in competitive play. Not at least unless someone's memeing. So the fact that it has the kit that it has is the only reason that I am putting it above bottom tier. And putting it up here, because Splat Bomb and Inkzuka is a very functional kit. Just the main weapon cannot support those things very well at all. Okay. And we're back to the right screen. Cool. Dapple Doolies. Dapple Doolies are extremely short range, and that is the biggest problem that they have as a weapon. And unfortunately, this kit for the Dapple Doolies does nothing to support that problem. The Dapples have a beacon, and they have a Tacticooler. None of those things does anything to a midline weapon that is looking at you. Even like a mediocre midline weapon can just like look at you, see that you're there, and you are probably dead. So you have to be very, very sneaky. And there are other weapons that rely on stealth too. Like you saw me using a lot of stealth plays on the Splattershot. The 52 will make a lot of stealth plays. The blasters. But all of them have longer range still, and all of them except maybe the blasters paint better, because this thing, it has such short range that its paint is bad, which is crazy. Like you have to punch someone with this thing. Also, the rolls don't go very far for some reason. So like it's not even the easiest thing to make someone miss, because there's only so far of a radius around where you're currently standing that you can be in the next couple of seconds before you get stuck in a dodge roll. So, if they gave this a burst bomb, now it's interesting. Tacticooler is not the worst special for it to have. Like I've said, I think Tacticooler is definitely not the strongest option right now, but it is a weapon that can use the Tacticooler buff, because you can get the Tacticooler buff, jump into your beacons with it, and be back really quickly. Generally, the only time that I see that being super useful is on solo plays, on solo flanks. Like, what I was doing with this thing that I liked, say Gabe Horn is sick and twisted. I don't know who that is, but hello, and I guess I've already said it. And thank you for the donation, I appreciate you. So what I was doing with this thing was I was trying to be a rat in the enemy base, basically. I was trying to put beacons down so that I could jump back into them with the Tacticooler jump that I popped, which would enable me to get a flank off, die in the flank in all likelihood, because I'm flanking into like 1 or 2 or 3 enemy teammates, but I probably get a trade or something in the meantime, and then I make good on that trade by being able to Tacticooler jump into a beacon in the enemy base and do it again. And that sort of a play is a thing. Is it a good thing, especially against a competitive team? No. They're going to spot the beacons. They're going to either see your jump as you come in and then kite you, or they're just going to bomb your jump, and they're going to keep their base painted. They're not going to get caught off guard by flanks like that. So this definitely falls off very hard. But if you want your team to be doing that, that is kind of a lulzy thing that you can do that is a play style. It's a very similar deal to the Sploosh-O-Matic here, where the Sploosh is going to try and live in your base. It's going to try and use its curling bombs to really quickly slip by you before you see it, and sneak up behind you, and just paint up behind you before you see it even coming. And that's about all it can do, because it doesn't have a bomb to poke with like it had in the Sploosh-O-Matic 7 kit in Splatoon 2, which was the kit that was top tier in Rainmaker. This weapon is basically the same exact problem that the vanilla Sploosh had in Splatoon 2, where it has a curling bomb, which gives it no poke from distance. Oh man, I fell for it, didn't I? Well, there's your 2 pounds worth. I disappoint myself. And now they're getting banned. Alrighty. Well. Alrighty. Anyway. So, going back to Sploosh. Sploosh got the weakest special in the game and no way to attack from range, which is kind of the same problem that the Dapples have to some degree. So all they can do is flank and hope that they don't get seen on a flank. And at a high enough level, people see those flanks and they don't work. So, it has a play style. It's just not a good one. Then we come down to the weapons where it's like, okay, the ones above, I know what they're trying to do. It's just not good. Like, I know what things you can do with this Splatana Wiper. The kit is good on the Clash Blaster. You know, that's usable. The Dapples, you can, you know, play that silly playstyle. The Sploosh, you can play that silly playstyle. We're at the point where I legitimately don't know what these weapons are supposed to do. The Aerospray, the one thing it is good at doing is painting and getting special really fast. And now it doesn't have a special that's worth painting for, unlike what it had in previous kits. You couldn't farm the ballers, you couldn't farm, you know, the Booyah Bombs. It doesn't get like armor or missiles or anything like that. It gets Reef Slider. Reef Slider is a special that is for hard committing to a fight. It is for, like, pushing into the enemy team. That is the last thing that an Aerospray wants to do. On top of that, like, it gets Fizzy Bombs, which is great, but that's the only zoning pressure it has. It unlike the Sloshing Machine, the top-tier Fizzy Bomb user, it doesn't have any damage combos that it can use off of those Fizzy Bombs. It's just throwing fizzies. It needs its teammates to follow up on that if it's going to do anything with them. So, it's not going to have kill threat as often as other weapons that have fizzies will have it. And it doesn't have any long-range poking option besides that. So, it's just like, here, have a fizzy. You're damaged, but now you're just going to heal it up and you're not going to die unless somebody else on my team does something, in which case it was a 2v1 and we should win it anyway, regardless of what weapon I'm using. There's just not a lot that weapon can do effectively. So it's... I can't think of a niche for it in Turf War. I guess maybe the idea with Turf War is that it paints a lot and then uses the Reef Slider to run away from fights. Maybe that's the play. Maybe it plays like an L3 did, or like a Sploosh did in like the Koshien Turf War tournaments. I guess that's maybe the idea. But outside of that, I can't see a use case. I can't see a reason that I would want to pick an Aerospray, even over the top of like other top tier weapons that do the same thing better anyway. So, yeah, very, very weak weapon. And then Undercover Brella, I've talked about so many times on the channel before, and the opinion has not changed there. It has a kit that seems like it wants a main weapon that kind of wants to frontline, except it's weak at that. It has a sub that does not want it frontlining because ink mines, at most, they're a trap that you lay for someone who's chasing you too hard, and you don't want to chase the Brella exactly. It's not that important to even remove from play. You want to fight its teammates, if at all possible. That's kind of how you play against any Brella. You fight against somebody other than the Brella, unless the Brella is alone and actually doing something really important. And so the Reef Slider on top of it, it's like, yeah, I guess it can get its shield up after the Reef Slider is done, and then the shield probably gets shredded by a single E-liter shot, and now you're out in the open with the weakest main weapon in the entire game that doesn't have a shield anymore. It's not that useful. For what it does, you would rather have something like a Splatbrella, which would be better if the netcode were okay. I guess the shield does come up a little quicker, so you're less likely to get shot through your shield with this weapon. So I guess that's an idea if you're really dead set on playing Umbrella. But, like, there are other skirmishers that can do the same thing as this, but immensely better. 52 gal. Longer range, faster kill time, stronger shield, one that allows you to move around it and be unpredictable around it, with its sub-weapon, with its splash wall. I challenge you to think of a single thing that the main weapon of the Undercover can do in combat that a 52 gal can't do immensely better. The 52 gal, I believe, also paints better and gets a special that's more useful to it. So, if a player on my competitive team were interested in picking up one of these two weapons, I would look at them like, why? Are you memeing right now? Like, this can't be serious. The other ones, I look at them and I'm like, I can see what you're trying to go for. I disagree, and I think we are going to find that it is not going to work for us, but we can find that out the hard way if you'd like. The other two, I'm like, why are we even wasting our time trying to find this out the hard way? This is not going to happen. That is my current thought on the state of the game balance in Splatoon 3, which I think is pretty darn good. Like, I think anything in this tier up here is something that you could totally run in tournaments at up to a pretty high level and have pretty good success on. I think these weapons, doing so would be surprising to see in tournaments, because you'd be like, I don't know why they're doing that, but I mean, it can work. It's really only these ones that are kind of the stinkers that I'm like, I don't see a use case at all. I don't see what mindset someone would want to be in that they would want to run those. All right. Cool. So we've done tournament stuff, we've done tier list, and that, I think, is all that I had to stream today. So we are going to call it there. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. For those of you who don't know, I'm doing this content thing full time. So here are the links to all of the things that I'm doing. I've got a Patreon if you want to support me. I've got a Medify account if you want private coaching. I sit people down and do VOD reviews with them. There's my Twitter, my Twitch, my TikTok, my YouTube, my Discord server, where we have a whole bunch of resources and a lot of people who would be happy to help you learn the game more if you're interested in that. So check out some of that sometime, somewhere, and that'll be neat and fun and groovy. And then we are going to send you guys off to... There are no channels that I follow that are active right now. That's wild. That never happens. I guess we go and we raid. Who do we want to raid? Any suggestions for raids? How about we go and just raid Dude? Dude's sitting at top of category right now with some pretty big numbers. Wait, I don't follow Dude? Why don't I follow Dude? I should follow Dude. I'm gonna follow Dude after this. I guess I just assumed or something, like, I took it for granted that I'm following Dude. Like, why would I not be? That's funny. That SRB2 dude himself. Raid Shadow Legends or something like that. See you, everybody. Thanks for watching.